Today is a dedicated session for training, so it's a full technical training in addition to a sales training after that pre-sales training. So today we will start with the technical training for 4 hours. Where in the beginning we will introduce, myself will be introducing to you the new concept of zero threat, and then we will go through the configuration templates with our partner, our trainer, Valentin. So it will start with me just to describe the concept and why zero threat is different today compared to previous known endpoint protection known tools. So we will start by describing how zero threat works and why it's the only available zero trust deployment on endpoints today. None but Xcitium has as functioning and working zero threat, zero trust, zero dwell containment. These are the terminologies that you will start hearing very soon in the market, because these are the terminologies that Gartner today is using, especially the zero dwell containment. And why they call it zero dwell containment is because it takes 0 seconds to detect and wipe out and respond to a malware or a ransomware. So let's start with the concept. Hello to everyone. I guess some people are saying hello in the chat. Hello, Omar. I'm joined with my colleagues from Distilogix. So we have Omar Kashred, we have Nadir Ma'ammar, and we have Aisha Soufi. And we have partners here also. So we're doing a mixed training in person and online. So we have our partner Matthias from FSB, Innovative Technologies. We have our partner Khalid Abluki from Beta Information Technologies. And we have you guys also online. Feel free to ask questions. It's not a big, so it's not a real webinar. It's dedicated only for a limited number of people. So if you want to ask any question, I will give you access to audio and video so that you can ask questions and interact with me, and later on with Valentin when he starts the training related to the enterprise platform and the configuration. And let me emphasize on this again, guys. The power of Xcitium is not the platform. So you will see the platform, you see colorful reports, you will configure templates, you will integrate with Active Directory, you will do patch management, you will do MDM. Everyone in the grandmas today does that. Everyone has beautiful colors in their platforms. The power of what Xcitium does in endpoint technology and endpoint security today is a patent technology called zero threat. No one else has it. The only ones that are trying to catch up with it mainly is Checkpoint and McAfee. CrowdStrike said they will explore it this year. Hopefully, I don't know what they will come with. So let me share my screen and start my demonstration of what zero threat is all about, so that you get the concept, and then we will hand it over to start the platform details and the configuration details. So let's start with the following. One. So I'm presenting to you an endpoint protection new tool and new technology. And everyone should be saying, what? We've got 1 million endpoint protection systems. We have CrowdStrike, we have Kaspersky, we have Symantec, we have Sophos, we have, I don't know, you name it. I don't want to forget anyone. We have 1 million of them. They all have been in the market for at least 25 years for the antivirus and next generation antivirus products. And for EDR products, they've been here officially since 2012, like more than, I don't know, 11 years now. So what is new when it comes to endpoint protection? What is new when it comes to endpoint protection is 3 things from technology point of view. One, everything that we have today is failing. Simple as that. Why is it failing? Let's explore it together. Let's Google a report that Al Arabiya Net had in January, yeah, here it is, subhanAllah, it came a quick. Arabiya.net, if you go to their heritage, to their Al-Arabiya.net, if you don't know it, it's a TV channel in our region, it's a known TV and a news channel. In January 2023, they mentioned that 42 organizations in our region that are out of the largest organizations in our region, especially in GCC, this is specific to GCC, they were hit by ransomware in the last 6 months, like from the report date. Those, and I'm telling you, it's not only 42. These 42 are out of top 100 organizations in our region, in the GCC. So the largest 100 organizations in the region, government, healthcare, manufacturing, education, you name it, all of them, they were hit by ransomware. One of these organizations spends more than $15 million every single year on their security controls, on their endpoint protection and details. We cannot mention names, of course, unless it's public. The only name that we can mention is GEMS School. GEMS School, a year ago, like beginning of 2022, they were wiped out. Now we're joined with our colleague Harris also from the technical department. So the GEMS School, they had a massive attack on their systems. They were lucky because they had an air-gapped data backup system, and I will say air-gapped, which means absolutely disconnected from anything that's not by any means connected to that network, and that's how they were covered. The same story happened to one of the largest airliners in the region. So the first thing why we need something disruptive, something new in endpoint protection, despite the fact we have 1 million products, despite the fact they are great products, the best of the best of the best antivirus products, the best of the best of the best of endpoint protection, is because today we're suffering from attacks despite the fact that we have all of those. Mandiant last year said, when you get the maximum, actually in end of 2021, they said, if you get the best next generation antivirus and the best EDR, you get protection up to 97%. The remaining 3% today is causing more than a successful ransomware in every 11 seconds. And why? You can Google it. How many malware, a new malware we have every day, per day? How many do you think? More than 500,000 malware pieces or codes are being generated every single day, and these are considered as unknowns. Unknowns, which means that they've not been seen before, they don't have signatures, and their behavior, let's assume that 500,000 new malware, only 10% were so advanced, even behavior cannot be detected. Even behavior cannot be detected. That is massive. Imagine your existing antivirus and existing EDR needs to detect that. That's why Forbes today says detection policies or vendors cannot give you enough protection. Let's go now to the concept of zero threat so that you know the difference. So we are showing you today a technology that is not antivirus, not EDR. Make sure you understand that. Endpoint for us is anything that runs an operating system, whether it's a mobile phone, a laptop, a server, a cloud instance, a virtual machine, whatever it is, Mac, Linux, Windows, you name it. The existing tools such as Kaspersky, CrowdStrike, and others operate in two areas. The first one is what we call pre-execution, pre-malware, pre-execution or pre-malware attack, which is trying to prevent the malware from even attacking. How do they prevent it? Using the old technologies such as antivirus, which is a signature-based tool, Or next generation antivirus, which deploys machine learning and it does Yara search for behavioral analysis so that it can detect a behavior before it causes damage. And the word causes damage to your endpoint means manipulation of registry keys, manipulating your file system, encrypting your files, interrupting your key processes, doing any kind of damage. So pre-execution, they try to detect either a signature or a behavior to prevent an attack. But also it comes, they come with host-based firewall, host-based IPS, URL filtering, file integrity monitoring, DLP, all of these add-ons to the pre-execution. Mandiant, if you remember the report I told you about, said you only get 50 to 60% protection with these tools. So even if you've got the best antivirus on earth, you only get 50% protection from attacks happening every single day. Then that's why Gartner in 2012, especially after the massive attacks we had in 2009, 2010, they said, guys, if you cannot protect yourself using your antivirus, then at least try to detect an attack as soon as possible. That's why they came up with the concept or the name that's called enterprise detection. So Valentin, how are you? Good. Nice to meet you, man. So we got Valentin, our main trainer. Valentin will take the training through the configuration tool. So what I did, Valentin, I'm just introducing the concept of the zero threat disruption, why it is different from existing tools. So I'll finish it, then I'll pass it to you. And by that time, we can Hannes help him connect to the system. So to wrap it up, Gartner in 2012 came up with the concept of endpoint detection and response. Why? Because they said if you fail to protect yourself before you are attacked, then try to detect it as soon as possible before it causes damage. The great thing about Xcitium is that Xcitium said, no, this doesn't work. Even if you have the best of the best of the best from antivirus pre-execution protection, or the best of the best of the best from endpoint detection and response, which is after you're being compromised and the hacker is lurking in your system, even if you get the best of them, you don't get enough protection. And that's why we have those massive attacks I mentioned to you earlier. The Xcitium zero threat technology operates exactly at the time when the malware hits. How did they do that? They said to people, guys, this doesn't work. We want something that doesn't detect anything. We want to deploy a true zero trust on your endpoint. Okay, zero trust is a fancy word. Zero trust is about identity, about access management. Every vendor in the grandmas today talks about zero trust. So how do you guys do it on endpoints, on my operating system? Because my endpoint today is the end game. How they did it? By a genius in use or invention of something called kernel level API virtualization. So what Xcitium said, guys, I want to deploy an absolutely functioning zero trust on your endpoint that sits down, welcomes the malware, doesn't have to detect anything. It's not like antivirus or EDR. It doesn't look for indicators of compromise. No, it just sits down, waits for the malware to come. The moment it executes, it wipes it out. That's why it's called zero dwell, because it doesn't have to wait for time of detection. Okay, guys, how do you do that? They introduced the concept of kernel level API virtualization. They said, we go down where every malware has to go. If you're running a Word file, a legit Word file, or if you're running a malware or ransomware, both of them, they have to go down, communicate with the file system, reach to the processes, access the hardware resources. They have to reach there. The malware needs the CPU to execute its commands. So the Xcitium zero threat goes down to the kernel. It hooks up with the kernel through API virtualization or isolation,
And when I say hooks up, I mean whatever defines the kernel objects, the communication objects, the file system, the registry keys. It hooks up with all of them. And when an unknown file runs, what it does to it, if it's unknown, we don't know if it's trusted or not. Other systems will allow it to run on your endpoint, then they try to detect an indicator of compromise. Xcitium doesn't do that. It will virtualize it. It will create a separate isolated environment with a subfolder called VT root with a stack of memory that is controlled and isolated, and it would allow it to run freely there. The moment it tries to intercept with a key process, do damage to the file system or anything, it just wipes out the whole thing. And this is the genius way of deployment of zero trust. And I'm sure that now you think, oh my God, so you're creating a real replica of my environment every time I run an unknown file or unknown code. Yes, we do that. And we only have the minimum impact on your resources, less than 0.5% load on your CPU computing power with almost no impact on your storage. That's the second genius part with Xcitium. Their intensive use of machine learning, intensive use of metadata allows them to not impact your resources. So they are the first one that comes with this concept of zero trust through kernel level integration, API virtualization and isolation. It can run hundreds of virtual environments at the level of the KPI with hundreds of registry keys and all of that without impacting you. But third genius part, it does not stop you from working. So if that file, let's say it's a Word file, and your accountant double-clicked on it, and the file is infected with malware, and the malware is encrypting your data, your accountant will still be able to work with the file, change the font, delete paragraphs, add paragraphs. So zero interruption to your work. So it's zero trust with zero interruption to work. And that's a major difference from sandboxing, because sandboxing creates a fake environment. It's not a real environment like what we do here. And they do not allow you to work in the file if they are analyzing it. And if they allow you, the file goes to your real endpoint, your real server, and it causes damage while they're doing analysis. Here, we're doing it differently. We allow you to work, but we isolate it so that it doesn't cause you damage through, as I said to you, kernel level API integration. I'm going to stop here because I'm going to pass it to Valentin because he has a schedule and I'm taking long from his time. We're happy to get Valentin with us today. Valentin works for Xcitium in the technical department, technical professional services team. We're so happy to have someone with his knowledge to support our region. Valentin, thank you so much. If you want to connect yourself there, we're going to use my laptop. It's absolutely up to you.
Your environment.
Okay.
If you are a colleague, I cannot be able to guide.
Yes, I can give you access to our platform directly, or you want to use it using your laptop. It's up to you. You can use my laptop. Okay, yeah, laptop. So let me connect you. So guys, this is the enterprise platform, or they call it the management platform, which is not the zero threat itself. It's what you do with it, what you can add to it, and how you configure things. It is essential for technical people to get hands on it, because that's how you learn how to configure it properly, because it doesn't only provide you with the zero threat technology itself, because zero threat technology works by itself. It doesn't require any configuration from you. But if you want to do further to that, if you want to do MDM functional, changed. If you want to do MDM, if you want to do patch management, you want to do vulnerability assessment, compliance, audit, all of those things, that's where you need the zero threat platform. So I'll give it to Valentine. Thank you so much, Nabi.
this will be a technical training. For sure, I will not be able to finish in the time. So after I will finish this section, I will try to make, let's say, just scratch the surface, and after that we can continue online.
Yes, and there will be times for questions and answers, guys. And I can, especially the ones that are connecting online, because we have people. We have 3 guys from Distilogix connecting from outside, and we have some partners also from outside Dubai. So if you guys need questions, please put them in the questions and answers. And also we can allow you to talk, because we're only 10 people in this session. So we can easily give you access to video and audio. But I'll leave it to Valentine, please.
Now, this is the platform where you'll be able to manage everything. You'll be able to add your devices. So as you can see, it's split in the following parts. Basically, let's start as the first thing, what you will need to have on the endpoint, what you will install, what will be the requirements. Now, first thing that you will need to install on the endpoint will be the agent. The role of the agent will be to communicate with the platform and be able to see the endpoint in the platform, be able to manage. Once you have the agent installed, you'll be able to remote. You'll be able to send commands. You'll be able to send Python scripts to it. You'll be able to do patch management and so on. Windows patch management. Now, once the agent is present on the machine itself, you'll be able to install the security. That will see the following step. And you'll be able to install the EDR agent, for example, to see the events. So as a first step, or as a requirement, depending what you like to do on the machine, will be to install the agent. Now, the agent itself is just an MSI package. So it's not different from any other, let's say, default Windows MSI package. It's supporting silent switches. So it's depending on the environment, when you will deploy this package, you have different options from the default group policy.
Yeah, I think someone raised their hand.
Yes.
I'm not sure if they're hearing us. Is there an audio problem? Shabir, if you allow me to continue. Sorry.
Yes. Let's see what he wants. Shabir. Shabir, you're allowed to talk. Guys, let us know if you're facing problem in hearing the audio.
Hi.
Yes, Shabir.
Yeah, we are facing actually problem for installing Mac OS.
Okay.
When we install the Komodo client, it's not showing in the device list.
Okay, that's something we will address for sure. We will address the whole installation process for different platforms such as Apple, even phones and iPads and all of them. Okay, let me just allow
Thank you.
so that you can guys interface with us anytime. Apologies, Valentine. This is because it's Ramadan timing, so most of them did not even start yet work, so they're joining us from like homes now. Some of them it's still even early for them. Guys, you all are given access to audio, so you can join us at any time to ask questions. But anyways, you will go through all of those details. Please go ahead. Yes. This tab, yeah, okay. The Zoom tab. It's a very annoying tab, this one. So let's move it here. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's continue with the communication and default MSI package, have silent switches. So depending how you like to install it, different options. Now, what is important regarding this communication package to remember? Every time when you create a package, let's see if I can scroll down.
You can minimize this from this one. Yeah.
Okay.
So every time when you create a package for it, you will see this section. You will see EM underscore code and underscore install. Now, every time when the package is generated, so it's not assigned after the download. It's the same installer that was co-signed by the devs. It's just renaming. And in the name, you have a code. Now, when you download, this is the code embedded in the name. When you download the package, please do not rename the package, because after the application is installed, the next step is try to communicate with our servers. Basically, it's taking the code from the name, it's transforming the code in a file, and it's communicating to our server. This is how he will know to go here in the device list. So you'll be able to see it in the list. If you rename the package and just install the application, either with user interface or CMD, but doesn't have the name, then the application will be installed, but you will see a pop-up that will need to provide the information manually. So if you see that, it's just need to be enrolled. It's not the application, it has a problem. Now, so for example, this is another example associated with connection. Always, please verify the links associated with firewall. So what you need to allow in order for the product to work. If it's blue, basically it's not fully connected. It's not able to communicate to all the servers. In order to fully connect, we need to be green. Now, once you have this package, so how you deploy the package will be your choice, depending on the client. For sure, he has deployed a package before. Even if you can even send a link, for example, like this, and just create a link for it. But if you do a link, then the person will need to have the admin privileges. No, so it will defeat the purpose. Let me just show you. So here it is. You can just send the link to the person in order to enroll his endpoint. Now, as a goal, the fourth goal is to have all the devices enrolled here with the agent, only with the agent. Now, please remember the agent, even if it's able to remote, it's allowing you to remote to that machine, send commands, send scripts, doesn't have drivers. So because it doesn't have drivers, we'll be able to coexist with other third-party EVs. So if you are doing a migration from another vendor, in order to install the security here, you'll be able to send the MSI, see the endpoints in the platform, and after that decide. But even if the platform is allowing you to, so I will jump a little bit. If you go here, you have the option to integrate the security tool in the same package. But please remember, right now you will download an MSI. If you do this, you will download the .exe. Basically, there are two MSIs concatenated in archive with an exe. And of course, the exe will have different requirements in order to be deployed depending on the tools that we have. But the main problem is that if
someone raised his hand here, please go ahead. Can you hear us, Nidish?
Yeah, can you share your screen because it was not visible?
Not visible? It is shared.
Yeah, screen it's not visible. Only
Let me
the
share
video we
again.
can see.
Let me stop
Yeah.
the share and share again. It's okay.
Okay.
Stop sharing. Let's share again. What's happening?
maybe one more.
Oh, the options is. No, heard it. Sorry. Oh, gosh, I'm getting old, man. I cannot see. Share again. Can you see it? See it, Nidish?
Yes, now I can see the screen. Yes.
Amazing. Okay. Apologies, man. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
So when you are creating the package, what will be installed? So the main problem when combining the security and the communication package in the same, let's say, exe file will be, please remember, if that person will have another AV installed, please avoid to have two AVs at the same time on the machine. So not the logical, the preferred way, with the communication, see the machine, you'll have the information about the machine itself, and only after that you'll be able to install the security. Only after you are sure, for example, that he doesn't have any other third party. You'll be able to do things like this, so every information about the the machine network summary. Once you install just the communication. Now, as a requirement for the MSI, depending on the environment, you will be able to rename, change the name, but you'll be able to put the parameters. So let me provide it like this. This will be the easiest way to show you. Okay. So here it is, you have as default, for the default location, all the information required to enroll the devices under your under the platform. Now, for Windows devices, you will need this section. Now, this information is taken from the name. If you choose to have a different name, or maybe the deployment tool is just renaming the package during this process, you have the option to provide this package, this information as a file directly on the machine, or you can provide them as parameters for the MSI installation. So different scenarios, different options. The MSI can be deployed on almost every environment without any problem. VDI, these machines shouldn't be a problem to deploy. Any questions about this agent itself?
First, you have to install the agent to share the communication with the platform, right? What about the security package? Then you will enable it, or you will install another MSI.
So you have an MSI as installation, the communication, another MSI security, and another MSI the EDR.
Okay, so each package comes with one MSI.
Yes, yes. Now, the only concern how to deploy it will be only the communication, because once you have the communication on the machines, then you'll be able to push all the other packages.
So once the device is on board on the platform itself, then you have the control to install whatever packages.
Exactly. So let me show you. So the option will be gray out, but this, you see, and you'll be install the security part and the EDR part. Now, because we are at the installation, before we go further, I will need to make a change here. Is anyone trying to?
Can you guys mute yourself if you're not asking questions, just because there is some echo? Do us a favor. You can unmute anytime you want and to ask questions, please.
So in this section, you see here, Windows Communication Client, you have the client security and EDR. Now, if you see this section, default, latest, basically is the following thing. Right now, a new version of Windows was released by the devs. This version is 8.1.
Please just mute yourself if you're not asking questions to avoid any. Go ahead, please.
So let's say the developers have just released the version 8.1. I have a client, you start the deployment, you test this version, you see that you don't have any problems, you like how it's working, everything is working fine, you do all the settings. Now, depending on the deployment, and maybe the client would like to do it in 1 day or maybe slowly, depending his choice. In, let's say, next week, because a new version is released, because the product will always evolve. Now, if you have latest info in front, the portal will automatically update to that version. So if you add a new endpoint, instead of adding the version that you have tested, you add a new untested version. So even if you see it in the list, it's like in the Windows or any other company. First, please test it in your environment, just to be sure that in that environment you don't have any problems. Always test new binary versions. So now what we will do in this case, on any account, so when you have the account, the first step that you do is do the following. So you have latest and latest stable. So latest will be the latest release. Latest stable will be the latest version that is considered stable on the endpoint. So should be tested on at least 20,000 endpoints, something like that, in order to reach the point of stable. So in order to not to be changed automatically, so let's say 7.2, we will choose from the list, let's say 7.2, for example. Now, the other two sections enable change of version while installing and enable change of version while updating. So you will be able to choose, if you don't like the default, the version that you like, and I'll show you why. So let's make this change here. So you'll be able to see the results. And let's do the same thing for the security part. And again, we have the latest. So let's choose 12.10. So even if you choose, for example, the latest version, right? There is no problem as long as you test in front. So if you test it and you see that you have any problem, use the latest with the latest features. If you want to play safe, use the latest stable, but always test just to. So let's see, now let's play safe. Always enable these two options, so we'll be able to update and choose the version. And let's do the same thing for the EDR part. Let's use the latest, for example, in this case. And again, these two options. So we have this change. Let's see how this will affect the options. And actually, I need to go to the book installation package. So you see, now we have different options. So if I want, by default is the version that we have start tested, but here it is. If I want to test any other version, I will be able to just choose it from the list and download the package. The same thing, here it is. You have for the security. Of course, if you go to any endpoints, I don't know if I have one without the security installed. It's with the security, but at least maybe we can see the options. Let's try to update. Always remember, you will always be able to go to the next version, but you will not be able to downgrade. Downgrade will be rip and replace. Update. It's not allowing, so it's, oh, yes. So here it is. As you can see, you can choose from the platform which endpoint do you like to upgrade, for example, and start your testing to the latest version. The same thing you'll have for the other, for the client security. Now, you can do it on one endpoint, or you can do it on multiple endpoints and send the command in both. If you have the security, if you have the communication installed on the machine, you'll be able to automate the process of installing the security package with a monitor. Monitor basically is just a Python script. You have a procedure, a Python procedure that it's looking for. You can have the following scenario. You have the third antivirus. Okay, Python will look, is the third antivirus installed? If yes, the first remediation procedure is remove it. If the third-party antivirus has a silent switch without user interface. After that, the second time when the monitor is running, okay, is the third-party antivirus removed? Yes, okay, then only then install the security part. So you'll be able to automate this section. So you can, let's take the group policy. You put an MSI in group policy, it's automatically deployed to all the endpoints in their organization. Then the monitor will automatically kick in, will look for the third party if it's possible, it's an allowing this, will remove it, reboot, and automatically install the security. So in one go, everything is done. You don't need to stay in front of the console and just click, oh, I have a new endpoint, let's install the security. You can automate this part. Of course, depending on the AV and if it's allowed. Some antiviruses don't provide the silent switches, so you need to use their tools. But even so, if it's even easier, once you have the agent present, you can go in the antivirus console, uninstall it, and we'll be proactive immediately install the security on our part. Now, let's go back to the packages. So you have the MSI package that is about 42 megabytes, in general like this. After that, the security package, it's about 112 megabytes, depending on the release, but in that area. Initial database update will be about 600 megabytes. So depending on the environment, depending the location of if they would like to do it from our server to download it, or maybe they would like to download it internally, you will be able to specify in a monitor or in a procedure. You'll be able to say, okay, download behind a proxy or download from a shared folder. If not, for each endpoint, about 750 megabytes will be downloaded in order to have the security installed. So keep in mind about the download requirements.
Okay, so once we install all the components, it will appear as one agent for one client, or like 2 or 3 clients, one for communication, another one for ADR, or it's only one client?
You'll see them, you will see the communication with an icon and the security with a different icon. Because on the security part, you can actually double click on it and see the options if you like to allow the person to do this. But you'll have 2 applications installed. And if you install also the EDR, you have 3 in applications. Be able to see them. Now, another questions.
Okay. We just need to install a single package for the agent.
The best way to do a deployment is to install a single package. Doesn't have drivers, you'll be able to install it side by side with any of the other third parties, so you will not create problems. And once you see the endpoint here in this platform, then you'll be able to take a decision. For example, you can do the following. So you have here the default group. Let's say we can do like, let's say test, and put test 1. And all the endpoints will land under the default group with the agent. But when you move it to the test 1, the test 1 will have a monitor associated with it and will automatically start installing the security. So you'll be able to choose how to manage depending of the client. You want to do it in one go, you want to do it in stages. You can create multiple, another question. Another fact, very, very, very important. When you install, let me provide a different way. So you can install on a device the antivirus as an application. You can install post intrusion prevention. You can install firewall. You can install containment. So you have 4 applications that you need to install. But in all these 4 applications, in our case, are all bundled in one package. So when you install the security part, depending what you have in the profile, being the settings that is associated with that endpoint, all these 4 can be enabled or not. So if you like to use the firewall, enable it or not. But be prepared, because all these 4 modules, they have their own rules, they have their own settings. So imagine that you are using a profile with the stick settings, like level 3, where everything is monitored. And that person we use only with an antivirus. Now, all of a sudden, we need to manage 4 modules. And his application can be blocked by the keys, can be blocked by antivirus, can be blocked by firewall, and it's not working, and he doesn't know, he's frustrated and say, oh, it's not working, I want my application to work. You can do also in stages regarding this. So you can create your tests or device groups with different profiles, with different settings, and you can specify, okay, let's start a little bit easier with this client. He had antivirus. Let's provide him only the antivirus at the beginning. Recreate what he has, what he was used to. The same AV, like any other AV based on antivirus database. So when the transition is done only for antivirus. Then move the endpoint to a secure device group where you enable HIPS. You strengthen the security, but it's not all of the sudden. You'll be able to see if any application is affected. You'll be able to see you had enough time to understand if that client had maybe some in-house applications that we need to make exclusions in from, so will not be affected. So when you stick the security, not all his environment will be all of a sudden affected. Do it in stages. Try a couple of endpoints. That is let's say the safest approach. Couple of endpoints, no problem, move to everything. Enable firewall if you like to use it. Couple of endpoints, then enable everything. This is very, let's say, very slow approach in stages to not disturb the clients. If you like, you can be aggressive from the start. But if you are aggressive from the start and enable everything, then you need to be proactive. You need to go in the console and see, okay, it's not working that. I need to do exclusion. Can I wait for the system to automatically see related or do the exclusion? So the system is allowing you to choose the path, but you need to prepare it in first. That's why before you actually start the deployment, because everyone is like this, oh, I have this, let's download the MSI, let's do the installation, oh, and it's not working. No, please prepare. Prepare, actually, let me show you, so you have exactly, you understand exactly what I'm speaking. So these are the profiles. A profile, you can consider them as the static settings. So you'll be able to specify in a profile how the endpoint will behave on the user side. If you like to show them pop-ups or not, if they would like to allow them decision or not, or this will be automatically done. Depending what you have in this profile, this is how the product will behave. Now, you have, as you can see, level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 1, sorry, this is the most relaxed. We are continuing on the Windows side. Level 2, it's in the middle. Level 3 is the most strict, to put it like that. To have a difference, let me show you like this. So you'll be able to, let me see them.
The left side. Left, all the way to left.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Below this, yeah, the blue ones.
I see, I see. So you'll see some settings. So please compare these settings. So it's a mix between usability and security. But let's see if we go to level 3 and we go to the same section and we go to here. Oh, sorry. And we go to here. You see that everything is reviewed. So depending what you have in the profile, this is how he will behave. Now, because we are in the profile, I will try to do a very, very, very high level because there are many tabs here. So just to understand what you are able to control with the product, what you are able to control on the endpoints. I'll try to finish, but I will not get in too much because there are many settings. After that, if
you allow me, I want to add one thing here to everyone. Now, the modules that Valentin is referring to, one of them, we call it containment in our system here, but that is a zero threat. That's the patent technology, which is zero trust deployment and import. That's one module, but because they believe in defense, in layers, they also give you option for antivirus, they give you option for firewall, and they give you option for EDR. These are 3 added layers of security that is not the zero threat. Containment is the zero threat, which is the one that does the kernel level API integration and isolation and wipes out the malware. Antivirus, EDR is like any other antivirus. This is why you can only take the zero threat, the containment, on top of CrowdStrike, on top of Kaspersky. So if he has his own antivirus, he doesn't need the antivirus from Xcitium. Or you can replace it for him. But
These are the modules he's talking about, just to clarify. And the profile allows you to configure that.
Each one of those is a different license?
No, it's one license. Under one license. Yes.
So the customer, you took one license, he will be able to.
Yes, it's called.
Install EDR.
Yes, it's called Xcitium Advanced. So there is Xcitium Essential when you take only the zero pass, no antivirus, nothing. The Xcitium Advanced gives you all the options available in this platform, including MDM, including patch management, vulnerability assessment, and everything. So I just wanted to clarify this, please. Go ahead.
It's, always when you are managing the settings, please do not use the templates. The templates are done there just to start from something. So always clone, because you'll not be able to make changes provided a name. Let's go like this. So once you do a clone, you'll be able to actually modify, make changes to it. On the default, you don't have the edit. Now, let's actually do an example. So to continue on the example that you have, let's say that right now, the developer team has just created an application, a.exe, put it like that. So when you start running the application, the first module, let's say that will interact with that application, is antivirus. And like any other antivirus, it's based on antivirus database. If it has a signature, he will automatically put it in quarantine. If not, he will allow it to run. Now let's consider that at this point, we don't know anything about it. We don't have any signature. He will pass further. The second module that will interact with the application will be HIPS, Host Intrusion Prevention. So HIPS is more about what the application is doing. He will try to create a register, he will try to create a folder, delete something. So it's about the action itself. If you will try to do actions, then he will be blocked, especially if the application is not signed, code signed. Now, let's say that in our case, the application it's passing through the HIPS too, so it's not blocked. The third one, it's containment, the virtual environment. So we consider an application, a portable executable, a P file, in three ways. Either the application is trusted, so basically that application was sent to our servers, was reviewed by our servers, it has received the trust rating only for that hash. So we are not speaking about the name or anything. If you do an update, the process will start again because the hash will change. If the application is malicious, so we'll receive the malicious status. At that case, for that hash, that application will be malicious. And by default, if you are not able to contact our servers, so the default rating is unknown. So when you start the application, it's trying to connect to our server, receive the rating. And if it doesn't know anything about the application, it will go inside of the virtual environment. So in the virtual environment, what will happen? It's a clone, to put it like that, of the system. So what the unknown application will be allowed to see is what you allow in this section. So for example, if you add any path here, the unknown application will not be able to see it. So this will not be able to see these paths. Or you can add your own folders if you like to hide something. So a trusted application will be able to go there, but if it's unknown, you don't know it, will not be able to see that it exists. Why? Because any unknown application inside of the virtual environment will be allowed to communicate outside. Because if it's unknown, can be trusted. So you want to work with that application. So if it's able to communicate outside, should be allowed, right? So depending on the case, the module that will automatically restrict access to an unknown application to communicate outside is the firewall. So they are competing with each other. But let's continue with containment. Once the application is running in the virtual environment, he will have the view right, but he will not be able to write because he has a folder for the virtual environment, and any change that he will do in that folder. So let's say the old encrypt. If we try to encrypt, yes, he will encrypt everything in the virtual environment to do the reset and everything is back. So he will not be able to write on the actual hard disk. So basically incorrect. He has a folder where he's able to write that it's on the actual hard disk. Now, once the application is the virtual environment, it will be automatically uploaded to our servers in order to receive a rating. What's happened? Is trusted or not? If it's trusted, next time when you run the application, will be allowed to run without any problem. Because it's by hash, if the application is trusted on this endpoint, so was uploaded from this endpoint, had received a rating, then all the endpoints from your organization will be able to run that application because it's got hash. So you don't need to do this for each endpoint. Now, if the application is malicious, when next time you start the application, the containment will block the application. So will not allow to run even in the virtual environment, will just be blocked. Will be blocked until the antivirus database will be updated with the signature for that application. So the third time when the antivirus database has a signature, he will just be put in the quarantine directly. If he's not able to do this automatically, just click full scan, and the full scan will move you to the quarantine. So that will be the very, very high level how this working for the key files. To continue, regarding the containment, we have also the firewall. So again, depending, you have safe mode. As you can see, safe mode, it's looking for trusted and unknown applications. So what is the automatic action? For unknown, because you are in safe mode, it's block request. So if you enable also the firewall, will automatically block any request outside from unknown applications. If the firewall is not present and you have, for example, Windows firewall, and you don't choose to use, then an unknown application will be able to exfiltrate it outside. So depending again how you configure this. Now, on top of these layers, you have script analysis. Basically, we are dealing with what is at startup and what is run. Now, you have here two columns, embedded code detection and heuristic command line. Analysis, basically, one is dealing with scripts and one is dealing with commands. So the idea is the following. Let's take one that is enabled. Oh, let's take this one. PowerShell, easy, everyone is using PowerShell Windows, right? So if you open a PowerShell window, you as a user, and type some commands there, then you will not have any problem. The system will not interfere because you are the user, you have access to the endpoint. So in this case, please remember, if someone, let's say you have a compromised account, the product will not be able to distinct and block that session. So the user will be allowed to do his commands. If you put these commands in a script, in a PS1 script, then the first column, because it's on, will investigate that, and because it's unknown, it's usually we don't sign a script, will run inside of the virtual environment. So you as an admin, you will need to rate it as trusted because scripts will not be automatically sent to our servers to receive a rating. Because a script can be beneficial in my environment and be considered harmful and different depending what it's doing. So scripts done by the admin. If it's not doesn't have any rating, then we'll run inside of the virtual environment. If let's say he will try to create a folder, will be created there, so will not actually do what it's supposed to do. And of course, if it's trying to exfiltrate data, depending on the modules, will be able or not to do this.
It's treated as unknown.
Treated as
unknown, isolated from at the KPI at the API level.
But will not benefit from the automatic system to receive a rating. So this admin will need to do in order to allow.
Because it was on scripts.
Yes. Now, the second column, it's associated again with the PowerShell. This will refer to the following scenario. If a third-party application, let's say you go to a site and that site is running a PowerShell command. That PowerShell command is transformed in a script, run from a location, from a Komodo location there, with a hash of the file that is created. And again, because it's unknown, we'll run inside of the virtual environment. So even if it's going, it's a command that is run by a third party, even if it's a script, depending on the case, they are sent to the virtual environment. Now, this is for the command scripts that are running when, as a user, when the system is already running. You have the same thing at startup. So now at startup is different. Everything is monitored. So if you see that, let's say, by default, CMD is allowed here, when you like to run CMD commands and that file, at startup, everything. So if you have a batch file at startup, put it in the auto runs. So let me show you. Here. So again, depending what you have set up in the settings, you'll be able to send these alerts from the environment in the console. And let's not to go back a little bit because I omitted something. How the startup from script analysis is managed from first miscellaneous, and let's wait until it's loading. So miscellaneous is like what to do with these startup items from this point forward. So for example, let's say that you have if you have like a schedule task, a startup, for example, you have created right now the schedule task, you are on it, it's working, no problem, I don't know, it's creating a file. And you install the security, and as you can see, in miscellaneous, you have what action automatically terminate and disable. So once the security is present on the endpoint, you have the miscellaneous alternate and disable, you create another task at startup. And if you try to run it, you will see that it's disabled, but the old one is still working. And you will see, okay, why? Because miscellaneous from this point forward. So because the first task was created before you put the security will work. Now, from this point forward, we'll take automatic action to be terminated. So you need to go to auto runs as the admin and allow it. Or you can choose, okay, I don't want to terminate it, ignore it in order to create the logs, and later on I will review them and take a decision, depending how you like, proactive or reactive. Now, the same thing you have in the antivirus when you are doing a full scan. Here it is, apply suspicion auto-run trace, by default ignore, but you can choose the same option. But when you are doing a full scan, will not care when that was created. For all the items in the environment will take the same action if you didn't take already an action. So this is very, very high level how the modules, the security modules are interacting. Now let's split them a little bit to know when you install an MSI what you have, when you install the other MSI what you have. So you have a logic. Or any questions?
Please, perfect. Any questions? Now, to get all of these options, do we have to install the security or ADR, or this could be?
I will provide you this information now. So let's start with the communication. When you install the communication, what you will have access, what you will be able to do. So when you install only the communication client on the endpoints, you will have the general will be just the name of the profile. The associated devices will be on what devices the profile is present, so it's not associated with anything else. We will get them by default. But once you install the communication, you will have access to remote control. So depending what you have set up here, this is how the remote control will behave. If you don't want the user to provide the permission, so you can just remote in, you choose the first option. If you For example, you need to receive with another option. If you don't want to see anything, you will have these options. So you will not be able to actually see that you are remoting in, depending on the company and depending on the requirements. So please set up this accordingly. This will have device takeover, file transfer, so remote control, associated with the same thing. Remote tools, you'll have access, again, the same options. So remote tools, for example, you'll be able to run PowerShell commands, CMD commands direct from the interface. SharePoint interface, directly send the command. Again, the same thing, please allow how will behave the program. So remote tools, monitors, you'll be able to monitor, for example, this one is performance monitor, that is by default, but these are Python scripts. You can create a monitor that will automatically send an email or automatically, I don't know, start a full scan if a malware is detected, if you like.
Just to give an idea, monitors are associated with procedures. So if you want to run procedures, instead of just running them scheduled, like for example, as we said, perform, if one procedure, an example of a procedure, if I want, for example, to delete all temporary files from if the hard disk is 10% or less space remaining, for example. That's called a procedure. But instead of running it scheduled every time, even if I have enough space, you create a monitor. The monitor, what it does, it checks first that this condition applies before it runs the procedure, and this is how you don't load your system.
So if by default, you don't have any like the default monitor here, you'll not be able to see what application, what software is running on the.
So yes, of course you have. So you have the option. So for each device, if you are going a little bit in the, once you have the communication package, let's say if we go on this device, you will be able to see the following things. You have the device name, you have the summary. In the summary, you'll be able to see communication client version. You'll be able to see what version of security is installed, OS informations. You'll be able to see the networks, what networks the device is connected. You'll be able to see the profiles, basically the settings that are associated with this device. You'll be able to see the software inventory, basically what software this device have. Let's see, MSI installation state, for example. When you install the security package, you send a command. If you like to monitor the status, when the command was sent, when that it was downloaded, when it's downloaded, because you have them here one by one. That was installed successfully or not. You will see them in this section. What else? Oh, patch managers, for example. You'll see the patches associated with this endpoint. You'll be able to trigger package manually only for this endpoint. You'll be able to see for third party and again do actions. So this is actions that you will be able to take as an admin once the communication is installed. What you have in the profile, it's what you are able to manage based on the settings on the profile. So besides the options that you have in the portal that you can just go and click, in the let's see, go back. Oh, a little bit more. Actually, let's do like this. Easy. So in this section, you'll be able to see what actually tools you'll be able to use for it. If you are, what type of security you will have, we'll go to the next. So associated with the profile, so with the static settings, you can see like this, what you'll be able to control how this will behave. Only for communication is remote control. You'll be able to control it. Remote tools. You'll be able to run monitors depending what you like. For example, if an application is not present, automatically install it. So it's something to check. You'll be able to add procedures, run Python scripts on a specific schedule. You'll be able to, this one is done by default. Client access control, you'll be able to provide the password. So if anyone will try to uninstall the product, it's password protected. So as you can see, you will be able, but this will, it's affecting the communication and security and the tool that it's able to clean up, the cleanup tool that is cleaning the product. So if you don't want to, let's say, to automatically remove the product, put a password. If you don't want to automatically just run the cleanup tool to remove everything, put a password. So you will not be able to do this. What else? Associated, again, UI settings. This is something that will affect the communication and the security. So depending what you'll have here in this section set up, this is what the user will see. For example, if you like to enable the widget or not on the user machine. If you like to, I don't know, by default, what we have, the tray icon. If you like to see the tray icon or not, you can specify it from here. Also, rebranding. Instead of having the default, you can provide your own settings, all icons, your own icons. The same thing, because it's affecting also the security. If it's installed, you'll be able to do the same thing. Now, let's see. Oh, associated with the communication, you'll be able to put a proxy for the machine or provide a proxy only for the communication and security. Please remember, if you install behind a proxy, you can create an MST file and add it in the command line for the MSI. But if you do something like that, then the enrollment process will go through the proxy, will take the profile, and if the profile doesn't have the same settings, you lose the connectivity because the profile will not import the proxy. So please be careful when you are doing this type of deployment. And of course, if you like the communication of the security client, like interrogating if the file is trusted or not, to go through a proxy, so to monitor that traffic, you will be able to. So one proxy for the communication, one proxy for security, your options. Patch management will be able to, for example, specify if you don't want for some machine, if you start patch management for start patches for Windows machine, and you select a bunch of machines and send the patches to them, but you like to exclude, I don't know, some machine associated with a specific profile, you will add this tab, and you'll be able to specify, okay, don't do patch management on this machine. Now, until now, and actually the last one will be logging settings. What will be logged, but will affect also the security. In this section, if we are at the logging, if you like to send the logs to another server or to send the logs to the MDR section, you'll be able to add the token here. So you'll be able to see the logs in the section in the platform, but also send it to the MDR section. So when you will do like queries, you have these logs in order to relay. So this is the section we'll be able to integrate the EMDR token. We'll speak later about this.
In case we integrate with SIM solution, we have to add it here, right? I mean, yes.
SIM. So you have the SIM server that can be installed, but if you like to see also the logs for the security in the same window, you need to add the same token here.
No, I mean the customer has a dedicated SIM solution.
Oh yes, you can send them to that server from this section.
Oh.
Yes, for the communication and for the security, and you'll be able to do correlation and on his solution. So let's say this is what you will be able to manage and do with only the communication with the light. Once you install the security part, you will be able to configure the antivirus, the real time, what will behave when you are scheduling a full scan, what will be his exclusions. If you delete this tab from here, basically the antivirus with his drivers will not be installed on the machine. So if it's present, the tab is present in the profile, it's installed. If it's not present, it's removed, or For example, if you do like this, it's installed, but the real time is disabled. So you can do only scans on demand from the portal or from the endpoint, depending how port schedule. Let's start. The next one, keeps. Again, the same option. If you delete, you'll be able to enable or disable the module. You'll be able to specify how it will behave. Please remember, this is the module that will protect the product from third party to be interfered and try to disable it. You'll be able to add also other objects. For example, if you like to add a service that don't want to be interfered, you can add it here. So if a user will try to stop it, will not be able to. We'll protect that too. The things to remember, the rules are from top to bottom. So if you add multiple profiles, the profiles will be combined and you'll have these rules one on top of each other. So please avoid that situation. So we'll discuss about how to associate the profile later. So
each of the application we will install, we need to allow them.
So what we
I'm installing an application. Do I need to allow?
So when you install an application, when you run an application, depending on the case, 99% will be bot signed because you need to know who has created that application. Everyone will be bot signed. If it's bot signed, based on the certificate, that application will be allowed on all the security days automatically, based on the rating. Because for sure, you are not the first one that has that application. It's already in the system, the rating is already present. But if the application is not spot signed, it's just created. When that application will go to all these modules. So yes, if you have an in-house application, you need to do the exclusion in all of them, depending on what that application is doing. If it's only, let's say, interfering with the antivirus, add an exclusion for antivirus. If it's trying to do some specific task, I don't know, create registries, create depending on the application, and it's not allowed, you need to go and fix. If it's trying to go outside and it's still unknown, you didn't rate it as trusted in the portal, you as the admin, then you need to add an exclusion because the system, it's working by hash. So each time when you do if you do an update, the hash will change. So if the programmers will create a new version, the update will change, the hash will change. So again, we'll go to the same process to be rated. If you like to avoid that, so not to waste, add the exclusion for it. If you update every once a year, then let the system will take only couple of seconds, or if it's something more, can be, let's say, a couple of hours. If it's only once done, then all the endpoints will allow that hash. If you like to be proactive, let's say you like to install this on a server, file server, where you have a ton of applications. If there is a tool, a non-file hunter, you run the previous data tool on that server. He will, the only job, so the only thing that that tool will do will scan all the apps, will not take any action, but if it's unknown, we'll try to send it to our server. So you can send 10,000, 20,000 to the server. So
it's a free tool, by the way.
It's a free tool, it's integrated. So next day, let's say not next day, 2 days, just to be sure, when you try to deploy, you'll have a better chance to not encounter unknowns because you have been proactive and already sent them. If not, if you are not doing this, then the system will do it depending how you interact with this application. You interact with application A, it's unknown, it's sent. Later on would be, again, it's automatically sent. But if you don't want to wait, I don't know, depending on the application, a couple of hours so it's not that you are not allowed to use that application, but to run inside of the virtual environment.
That's a great thing. So it is allowable to use, but it has a green border around it, which means that it is isolated.
Yes.
And it could be isolated for 10 years. You still work on it, it doesn't have any problem, but that's the zero threat, zero dwell containment. But other than that, it's.
But moving it from virtual environment back to normal.
It only moves back if it's a rating trusted.
Okay, and how we can get that?
Either the client itself
using machine learning and lots of tools to trust it. Or if it cannot trust it, it will send it to the voluntary brain, which is an Xcitium brain on the cloud, to do sandboxing there. There it's not real time, it's not real environment, it's sandboxing in voluntary. And if it cannot decide if it's trusted or not, it will send it to a human being, 24/7 human being, to give you that rating. You are, as an admin, you can interfere, especially for scripts that you write. Like scripts you write yourself. You are the admin of this organization and you wrote a script. That script will be dealt as untrusted. So you go and you allow it to be trusted, as he's showing. So for your own files, you can do them trusted from here.
So even if it's saying that it's malicious, you'll be able to trust it and overwrite us at any time. So if you don't want to wait, you can overwrite us. But please remember, do you see? It's only by this hash.
Specific hash. So any upgrade later for the application,
You do
the hash will change.
and
Yeah. Then you have to go to
If you like to allow that application, regardless the hash, then you need to do it by name or by path, and you need to add a rule in the profile. But like in real time, you'll be able to do it in the console by hash. Everything is working by hash. But if the hash is changing, I don't know, if there are applications that every time when you start has a new hash, then you need to add a rule. Then you need to go in the profile associated with that machine. And please limit that profile as much as possible for a set of machines. So if you have, of course, if you have servers, you have a profile for servers. If you have desktops, you have a profile for desktops. But if you need to do exclusions, try to, I don't know, divide them by department, for example, and you do that exclusion only for the dev department, and that's it. But do not try to do many profiles, because if you do too many profiles, when you want to do a general option, change something, you'll have number of X profiles that you need to change. So you will increase the load of work on your side on the portal, because we have multiple profiles. So a balance.
if the file is malicious, it's running on this virtual container, and it's not behaving well, then what's the will the tool alert you
or lock it down?
And it will tell you that this is not safe.
Exactly like
application.
It is.
Lock down.
So this, for example, this has the rate malicious. Right now, because it has the rate malicious, will no longer run inside of the virtual environment, will be directly stopped from execution. He will run inside of the virtual environment. So let me provide an example. So you will have the perfect scenario. You have application B. You don't know what's happening, what it is. It's new. It's running. It's unknown. We're running.
It's isolated in the virtual environment.
We're running in the virtual environment. You will see it here, and the trust will be unknown. After that, the application is sent to us, and this will automatically change this rating, in this case, malicious. Now, the last time when this application has run inside of the virtual environment, so basically was unknown, was at this date. From this point forward, because was malicious, will no longer run in the virtual environment, will directly be stopped until the AVDP will be updated by signature. So if it's still present there by the full scan, or it will be interacted, will be directly moved into production.
So which means that we only isolate at the kernel level only unknowns. If it is known to be malicious, we kill it immediately. And if it's known to be good, we allow it immediately. But if it is unknown, whatever it is, even if it's a small script, a 5-line script that you wrote yesterday, and you're running it now, it will be considered unknown, and it will be run in the container. And I have to remind you, running it, I'm using the word container because this is the name that will be used now, zero-dwell container. And you will hear Gartner later using the same term, which is kernel level API virtualization. It's not a normal virtualization. It is different from the containment from EDRs. So please make sure you don't get confused. Because EDRs, they say we do containment. The containment with EDR is not this one. It is where after you are attacked, after you compromised, they try to contain it from spreading, and they try to contain it from elevating the level of access. That's containment with ADI. What we do here is absolutely different. This is before, we don't allow it to cause you harm. So we contain it at the kernel level API virtualization isolated environment, and it runs. It's not going to stop your work. If it's a malicious Word file, unknown Word file, it's going to work for 10 years. Unless it's proven to be malicious, then it's wiped out, or proven to be.
Or maybe you don't have internet connectivity to see the rating. Will run in the virtual environment, and here you will receive a rating.
So sending the file to your block evaluate, it's automatic.
Automatic.
It's metadata.
You don't need to do any admin, shouldn't do any action.
The admin can block that. You have the option to block it.
Yeah.
If you want.
This is the module that is dealing with rating and how much, for example, will be cached on the machine. Please leave it as it's for only specific cases and modify it. And how it's sent. This is the module that is dealing with sending, and as you can see, when immediately.
But again, you can, as an admin, you can block it. If the customer says, I don't want my data to be sent, we only send metadata. We don't send the actual file. And Valkyrie is a sandboxing brain in the cloud that does its own analysis. So we only send that, and as an admin, you can block it. So if the customer is sensitive, he don't want to send his data at all to Valkyrie, then you can block it. But it's better to use the Valkyrie brain.
Yeah. In the end, so let me add something else. So please understand, we are not sending files.
We're not sending
Only portable executables. Yeah, yes. So not anything associated with.
Yeah, we have 2 questions on that. If you allow me to see that.
Yes.
If you click on questions and answers.
Oh, sorry.
So how can we get the Xcitium verdict report? Yes, we will need to.
You can. So for any apps, we go a little bit back on the contain threads. And let's take this one. So change rating, you'll be able to see it. And let's try to do it on.
So this is the Valkyrie report, yes.
And this will be automatically done by the team. They will know exactly what this file is doing and all the information associated with the file itself.
And you can get a detailed field chain report that shows you even the processes and process IDs, which is here in the middle. Yeah, and it's a huge report, and you can download it. It's usually a 400-page report, especially the big one. If you download it, it can download as a PDF file, especially for forensics purposes.
So depending on another thing, please remember the following. In order to see this information on the Valkyrie servers, that file will need to be uploaded. Sorry. So if you have a malicious file in the quarantine that was added in the quarantine because of the signature, basically that file was not uploaded to receive a rating. Was the regular quarantine based on signature, and you may not have this information. If you would like to have this information, you go in the quarantine on that end, and you click submit.
So, and I have to annotate here, quarantine is a function of the antivirus. It's not a function of containment. So if your antivirus quarantined it before the containment kicked in, before the zero threat kicked in, then you have to submit it. But the containment is absolutely different from quarantine. I don't want you to get confused because quarantine is a known terminology in antivirus world. And quarantine is only for antiviruses. Containment, which is zero threat, Xcitium does, no one else does it. Okay?
That's why from the profile, you'll be able to specify what you like to use. Do you like to use antivirus? You specify yes or no. Do you like to use Firewall, yes or no. Do you even want to install the drivers? Yes or no. You can do it through the profile. So what you have in the profile will dictate what you will have on the endpoint. And even if you install it right now, the application with everything, and later on you remove tabs or you add them, the endpoint will automatically receive these updates and will update the settings on the endpoint.
Also need to know, can we install exe files for endpoints? Like you push them through the bulk installation or anything? You mean a third party? Third party, yes, can be installed in a different way. Yes.
Yes. So you can manage third parties depending of the case. So let's go back to this part, to the assets. And also, I'll jump a little bit. Please remember, you have two interfaces, the old one and the new one. It's the same, basically the same database, only different tabs, put it like that. But the idea that some items, you will be able to see them only under the old interface. Let's see, applications. For example, global software inventory you have here. You'll be able to uninstall the apps, see how many devices you have, and here it is, Windows Application Store. So if the application is present here,
can you search for a specific hash value to see how many devices install this application?
Search for hash.
I believe you will be able to do it in the easy application.
Yeah, because we've seen incidents for ransomware attacks where the customer requested to search because there is like a very specific hash value with hash value.
That's from security logs. You can click and drag the hash. That's differently.
Yeah.
But if it's a legit file, like this is a file that's a legit application, it has its own hash. If you want to also find out where it is installed and how many devices, you can do that from here. But if you're threat hunting the hash, malicious hash,
he wants to see whether
which device is
this
affected.
application is.
Let me show you.
Yes,
Yes,
you can.
You have here. So if you are searching an application already, you'll be able to go in the logs, and you see you have the yes. And the search is by hash. You'll be able to obtain everything about that hash. But please remember, I was just to be sure, this will affect only the security modules. If you have SENS or anything else, and EDR will be from different places, but you have also that option too.
Yeah, which means that network traffic is addressed differently. Endpoint is controlled by the security module. But if you have a firewall and switch and everything, and there is network traffic that you want to sniff, analyze, that's an NDR functionality, which is also provided for here.
NDR?
Yes.
Through
sensors.
You have sensors.
There are two ways. Actually, some NDRs now are going back to the operating system, like Darktrace. They want to create a client on because you can collect lots of network traffic from the endpoint itself, lots of network traffic. But even if you want, if there is a dark endpoint or you have a ROG access point or something that you cannot see, then you have an NDR sensor, which Xcitium provides you with. That's the complete solution if you need, yes.
Actually, if you like, I can skip directly to that section to show.
Yeah, do. It's you control the one, man. You're the boss. We're so happy to have you, buddy. I don't know how to celebrate you even. I've been promising them, like I promised him for a long time that Xcitium is coming. I was promising everyone. So we're happy to have you. Do whatever you want.
So to finish with the question first, and after that we'll go to the search. So for applications, for example, If the application is already present on our servers, if not, you can speak with the support to be added in order to send it. But please remember that will be a push that can be sent to the endpoints. So you can manage it like this if you like. You also, not exe, but you have the option to install PDTs packages like this. Just provide the URL and just send it. And the easiest way, that is, in my opinion, is just use the procedures, because in the procedures, Python scripts, and you can even automate the installation of the security package. You can automate anything. So as long as, for example, if we do like this. So this is the default how to run, for example, PowerShell commands. You just need to put the command. So as long as you know the link, as long as it's automated, if you don't know how to create a script, ask the team, and you can even have monitors if it's not present automatically. As long as it's accessible from a specific location.
And you have full control of the endpoints. You can install it silently, with user access privileges, with admin access privileges, with user approval, without user approval. You have full control of the endpoints.
Actually, when so just to show you, once you install the communication, let me provide you an example like this. You see that I will still be able to select the procedure, and always use the local system user, because once we install the communication package, you have the system right, exactly like the group policy. So everything will run as the system. Please don't run procedures that will start user interface under the system, because no one will see them. Yeah. System account. But basically, you have access to the system, so you can do anything on that. It's commands.
Because more people joined, I want to make sure that they're given access to audio.
Yes. I just wanted to say I think that's me. So if you were gonna run a script or something.
It's okay. No issues. Nadir is our colleague. He's joining remotely. And Aisha is our colleague also in Distilogix. She just joined us here. Let me allow everyone to talk so that, guys, you can talk anytime. Just please make sure that you mute yourself if you are not asking a question. That's the easiest way. Just to make sure that we don't have noise. I think everyone is allowed to talk. So please, you can step anytime to talk and ask questions to Valentin. Please go ahead.
So now, let's say you have the communication that is represented here by the agent. You have the security installed. Once the security is not present, so the package is not present, will be with white CCS. But once it's installed, it's splitting in 3 ways: AV, FW, and CO. So basically, in order to see if the antivirus is enabled or not, or in this case, for example, it's not installed because it's white. And if firewall is enabled or not, and containment, the virtual environment is enabled or not. At this point, you will be able to install also the EDR package. So basically, EDR, it's a package on its own that will place on the machine, and will be able to see. Let's go back to the enterprise. So before we go, the EDR package is here and here associated with the EDR. But before we go to the EDR, let's finish a little bit of security to see what you are able to control without the profile. So very fast. So security status, you will be able to see what you have in your environment, if the endpoints are clean or not, and you'll be able to take an action. Update AVDB and we'll export the list. Sorry. block threads, it's associated again with the antivirus and in a way with containment if the KVDB was not updated. So again, you'll be able to take an action, but also if the endpoint is infected, instead of starting a full scan, because you will see the file here, you will be able to manually send the file to the quarantine and the endpoint will become clean. So you don't need to do the full scan. If you like the process to do this automatically, just wait until the full scan will run on the endpoint or start it manually. Quarantine threads, basically when the file is already in the quarantine, please remember the quarantine is on the endpoint itself in an encrypted folder. So if you, let's say, uninstall the product, that folder will be deleted too. So in case if it's a false positive, you will not be able to restore it because it's on the endpoint itself. These files are not sent to us centrally to be managed. And of course, you'll be able to take a decision what to do from quarantine. Restore it or delete it or just leave it there. If you restore it, please make it as trusted in front because if not, he will be put back. Now, contain threads will show only the items that has run inside of the virtual environment. And again, you'll be able to see more information that can upload it. You'll be able to change the rating of that app, so overwrite us, not wait. You don't like to wait for the system directly. If there is an emergency, application wants to run, come here, change the rating, and will be allowed on all the systems. So this is global. It's not allowed only one on everything in the environment. Heaps events and firewall events are the events generated by these two modules, but will be only the events. Will not be able to take an action for it. If you like to take an action, you need to go on the profile that is associated. So create a rule, an exclusion rule, depending on the case. Auto-run alerts. Basically, on this section, you'll be able to see all the items that has started at startup, and depending of miscellaneous and antivirus, if you ignore, you will see them there. You need to take an action, or they are already terminated, and you want to restore them depending on the case. And to finish very fast, file rating will be all the files that have been submitted to our servers, and if you want to see the all files, so basically once they will receive a rating, they will be purged from the list. So you will be able to see basically only the latest ones. If you are doing a deployment and this list is empty, it's not good. Basically, it's not able to communicate and upload this file, and so the automatic process is not working. Please verify your telemetry firewall. And file verdicts. Here you will be able to see a list of the files that have been uploaded to us. Again, by not seeing a result here, is not good when you're doing a deployment. You need to see files that are automatically sent, or if that endpoints basically are using only like Microsoft or anything that's already got signed. So, and that will be associated with the security. Also, you also have the device control. Basically, you'll be able to monitor everything, all the devices that can be attached to the endpoints. And of course, in the profile, you'll be able to restrict, for example, USB or any other Windows class, hardware class. So that would be the security part. And now let's go to the EDR. So EDR, what is happening? Once we install the package, we'll be able to send the events. Now, what type of the events sending EDR is able to send? This will be able to define in the policy. And let's see. This is the default policy provided, but you can create your own. And it is So he will be able to send process events, registry events, file events, download events, upload events, network events, depending what you have. And of course, a rule will be able to create it based on the tactics, based on the techniques. That will be, if you like to really know how to do this, that will be team bundles team. That is specifically for SOC and how to create these rules. But having the EDR, you having access, you'll be able to create on your own. If you don't like, because this is only the alert section. If you don't like the default alerts that are present, make your own. If you like to search for something specific and be alerted, make your own. So this is how you can create and modify the alerts exactly like you want to. Now, if you have, let's go. If you have alerts that you don't like or they are by default too noisy, suppress them. You can go directly from the main page, and instead of you can do something like this. Let's expand one of them, and let's see another one. Do I see? Depending on the alert type. Oh, here it is. You see, directly from the alert, you just add it to suppress. So this is how you'll manage your alerts. Now, this is the EDR. As you can see that in this section for the EDR, it's also added the components like containment in the same list. So when you investigate, like we had that question, when you do a hash search, if you have also the EDR, you have also the components, antivirus, containment, so you'll be able to search everywhere. In this, let's say, section of the product. So you have the security events that will be able to search only for the security items. But if you come here, you include EDR too. So you have more verbose section.
Remember, EDR is not a protection tool. It's mainly threat hunting tool and indicators of compromise detection tool and stuff like that. So it's not a protection happens at the level of containment, antivirus, HIPS, firewall. That's where protection happens. After that, EDR only triggers when there is a compromise. It tries to detect it. So it's a threat hunting tool actually more than anything else.
It's
an investigation tool. A story. It's telling you the story. It's telling you what happened. It doesn't protect you. It tells you what happened. And it's very interactive from here. You can click on the hash, query the hash, do whatever you want. It's very, very short process timeline.
So even in the EDR, if there is like a malicious process or something wrong,
It could have been stopped by the containment.
Could.
It would have already stopped by the containment before the EDR even fixed them.
That's why in our case it's more like the story.
It's a story.
But it's not the same like
because they don't have containment. Because they don't have zero trust deployed. So they try to protect you after you're compromised. So the hacker man or the ransomware started encrypting your files. They try to stop it because it does bigger damage, makes only small damage. That's what they're trying to do, trying to help you before the damage is too big.
So even if the customer didn't enable the EDR, you will not lose him. He will lose only the story.
Mainly investigation purposes, story details.
But containment, blocking.
Already working by default. Yes. And as we said, we call it containment, but it's the zero threat. Containment is the unique technology from Xcitium that no one else has. Antivirus, HIPS, everyone has it. But containment is the only ones that are providing it is Xcitium. And again, don't get confused with the name containment. Containment here means zero threat, means zero trust at the endpoint, means kernel level API isolation and virtualization. It's not containing after a damage happens, which other EDRs are doing, such as CrowdStrike, and SentinelOne. They try to contain a damage from becoming a bigger damage. That's a different kind of thing. This is why I hate the name containment, honestly. It's a different, but unfortunately, the analysts now are using this terminology. They call it zero-dwell containment.
So, yes, containment is more like the story. If you like to investigate, if you have seen that we have seen items in containment. We like to see more. We have the Valkyrie where you will be able to see by hash what the team has investigated. If you like to see the story, what happened, you go to the EDR section. Of course, if you have the EDR as the application is done. If you like to go further and go in this section, will be like the NDR, basically with the scene. You will be able to have your own network generated, and
Yeah, that's like for your case. If they want to have sensors, these are the sensors that can be used to detect the network traffic, an NDR functionality, which is an extended detection and extended protection.
and be added to install, for example, the network in the specific client network. I don't know, see the logs for switch, or depending what you like to do for mirroring or forwarding, if you like to AD events, or depending what you like to send.
A span port.
It's like
A broker or span port.
Here, the NDR storage is also bigger than this. NDR also takes logs from Active Directory from the, and then it will.
It's a different philosophy, Khalid. Now, you need minimum information from network traffic to guarantee complete protection. That's it.
Yes.
Everything else serves a different purpose. To guarantee a perfect protection, lots of network data, I can share it with you even by email, lots of network information can be collected from the endpoint itself, because it is the one that originated that traffic, right? It's the one that pushed that packet with all the network information around it. But you still need sensors.
Yes.
Why? Because there might be something holistically above what you see, or a dark endpoint that doesn't have an client, or a rogue access point that cannot be a camera, an OT device. I agree with you. That's why you need network traffic, but you don't need to connect everything to provide full protection. But with what Xcitium does with its sensors, you get the full protection because of the combination of data collection of traffic in addition to containment, ability to contain. They even contain, if you buy the Komodo email server, email protection, email gateway, they also provide you that containment level of protection to the email level. Even.
I will not go further, but so this token, you can add it in the profile associated with the endpoints, and you can include in the query that is associated with usually with the network, or if you like to send Active Directory logs or any other logs, firewall logs. So also the security to be in the same window and to be able to do queries that will involve the security too. So everything to be integrated in one. So basically you have three places from where you investigate the logs. The default one, the security only for the security part, security with EDR, or security with EDR, with the NDR. Yes.
Look at the types of queries and events connected. Massive. It's not like even DNS related data and everything. It's really massive.
Now, the EDR and NDR, actually how to do queries and actually how to do the threat hunting will be a specialty for my colleague in Malta. So if you like to know how to do this, what is done, my colleague will be. My role is more like how to prepare the environment for depending what you like to use.
NDR also part of advanced lessons?
No, it's a different model. So you start with zero Xcitium threat, which is only containment, no firewall, nothing else. You put it on top of Kaspersky and CrowdStrike. That's the first one. The second one is called Xcitium Advanced, which comes with the security modules plus ADR. Security modules are the containment, AV, firewall, DLP, URL filtering, everything that you get on the endpoint, plus EDR. Then you get managed, which is everything previously on top of that, the human service from Xcitium for managed detection and response for MDR. So you get human service also.
So it is managed, fully managed service.
By Xcitium, yes, by Xcitium. Then you have the last one, which is called MXDR, which is complete, where you get everything plus the sensors, the network traffic. So the Xcitium team will also look at network traffic, despite the fact they don't have a client there, using their sensors and stuff like that. So it's four model, commercial offering. Xcitium zero threat, or they call it essential, which is only the zero dwell containment on top of it. You have to have your antivirus, you have to have EDR, you add it on top of them so that you cover what CrowdStrike cannot cover, what SentinelOne cannot cover. That's the first one. The second thing, if you want to replace CrowdStrike, you want to replace Kaspersky, you get the advanced, which gets the containment plus all the security modules plus the EDR. Then if you want their service from them, they want them to be on top of your endpoints, managing it for you, then you get that service. It's called managed, which adds the MDR piece. Then if you want them to manage the whole network for you, then it becomes an XDR, which is called complete. And that's where you install the sensor. And here it is very important for partners. This is where you do professional services, because you know his network, you know where to position those sensors. Probably you're not going to install a million sensors, you know. You know where the traffic is aggregated and where to put it, and how you may also sell them brokers, package brokers, or you just do span cores. That's where you do professional services. And also from your professional services is what is Valentin is showing us today. So the customer can use the default policies, default profiles, and they are really solid, even the default ones. I love the way they did it. They got the MITRE ATT&CK framework, they built everything around it. But also, if the customer wants to change the profiles, like he said, you want the development team to be allowed to do some applications without containing them, then creating another template, creating another policy, changing the alerts, allowing and not allowing, that's a professional service provided by you as partners also. Sorry, Valentin, I keep interrupting you. I just love the technology so much.
So regarding the steps, first, you start from the beginning, depending what you like to cover. If you want to go only to the sensors, you go direct to the sensors. But if you like to protect the endpoints, you start, let's say, right now we are speaking about Windows, you start with the agent, with the security, you decide what do you like to manage. What I found that is the biggest challenge during the new deployment for a client is the amount of data that is thrown to him from the first try. So all of the sudden he will need to manage 4 modules. To think about firewall, keeps, antivirus, containment is something new for him. Maybe it used only with the antivirus and that's it. Or maybe has some keeps included. Depending on the case, what other vendor is offering. So a little bit prepare the environment. Try to see what they have. Maybe they have different sites. Let's prepare the environment for that site. Do it in stages. Enable only the antivirus first, then enable other modules, so it will not be a hassle for them. The user will not create a ton of tickets that his apps is not working. Try to obtain at least one endpoint. If on one endpoint you have all the application in the organization, then because it's by hash, if you make it work on that endpoint, you will not have any problem on any other endpoint. At the same time, besides the security, you have others like patch management, like remote control. For example, you can automate patch management. Let me show you. Very easy. Configuration templates. Oh, it's like this because we have already.
Do you have any VA tool? Do you have any vulnerability assessment over here, or it's not designed for doing vulnerability assessment?
One second. I don't believe this is the key. Let's go to the other one.
No, the one above it.
That will be, I believe, what we're looking for. The one.
It utilizes the communication client itself to collect vulnerabilities. Yes.
But it will not do scanning for vulnerabilities.
It does.
It does. Okay, based on the client.
Yes, the client will report vulnerabilities. Yes, operating system vulnerabilities, and it's not like the Nessus. You don't do.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't do. You don't do
discover and then
discover. No, every client reports itself. The client reports itself as a that it has a vulnerability that has to be patched.
So that will be, so in that section you'll be able to what is gathering. So by default, I'm waiting to load. You will have come on. You will have this status, this icon. So if once we install the communication packages using, so it's using the Windows API. So it's not like it's our database that it's updated. It's using Windows APIs to verify the status of the patches. So if you have, let's say, WSUS server in front of the device, he will be able to see only what it's allowed to see. It's only using the APIs. It's not downloading the patches from us, or the information is downloading directly from the Windows servers or tablets is what it's coming from. Now, based on the information that is receiving in this section, he will compile the information on the vulnerability section from everything that we have in the environment. And you will see this vulnerability for X, Y, Z, depending on what it's able to find.
And again, it's configurable through the profile. So in the end, you get vulnerabilities and you can patch them automatically. You can run procedures to patch them all through the client.
Let me provide you like this something for so to automate, so you don't need to click manually install that patch and patch. You can create like this. Just for example, and you'll be able to specify, like in Windows, what you like to automatically update, and I don't know, only this. You'll be able to manage the reboot, or depending how you like to. If you have a maintenance where you automatically do, or if you want to do automatically, and once you create your procedure, then when you go back to the profile, you add the procedure here, and I believe here it is, and you'll be able to specify when. So this is, please remember, this is not something global. It's only the endpoints associated with this profile will behave in this way.
So it's not like Tenable, for example, where you have a sensor that does broadcast a network and try to scan. No, we don't know, not even passive scanning. So if there is an endpoint that does not have the communication client in it, for whatever reason, you do not enroll it for whatever reason, then we cannot detect the vulnerabilities there. But as long as your devices are enrolled, patches could happen automatically, vulnerability detection happens automatically, procedures, schedules, everything that you know from vulnerability management, you can do it through this. Okay.
Now, you can go back, let's go back a little bit to to the deployments, because I know that from my experience that's the challenge, to put it like that. So let's visit this. Let's start actually with this section. So you see that you can have your default client and you'll be able to create device groups. So basically to split the devices. Now, let me show you something. Under this device group, I can add my own profile, basically my own settings. So let's use the one that I have just created. I believe this one, yes. So the idea is that any device that I will move it under this device group will take that settings. Now, regarding these devices, can I move them?
These are the demo device. Can you, are you okay to use those ones that are turned off? Like this one. Yes, this one. We can return them back, right? It's okay.
Yes. So these are okay.
These are the demo.
I need one. I will clone
one of these devices.
yes.
Okay.
So if we, in order to do this, we can do like this. So this is that it's a Linux device. So it's not managed by the Windows profile. Now, because we are going now a little bit in a different direction, because you'll be able to add in the platform Windows, Linux, Mac OS, Android, iOS. Now, please remember, depending on the operating system, you will have different settings, because some of them are allowed by the APIs that are provided by the Android. So you will not have the same options like the Windows. So for this,
Especially with Mac, for example, because Mac has lots of restrictions on how you access the operating system.
but to make an example how the profiles are associated, I will use in this case for Linux. Let's use the Linux profile. You can add under the same device group multiple profiles for all the OSs. So only the profile associated with that operating system will be applied. And let's go back and I'll show you. So we have test. We go back to our test device group, group management, manage profile. And besides the window profile, let's add our test Linux profile. That it is. So now we are managing Windows and Linux. Please remember, these profiles, these settings, if the device itself will not receive the settings from anywhere, like by the device itself, for example, for here, you can add a profile only for this device if you like. Or let's go back. You can provide by the device group. If it doesn't receive anywhere, or the user, that it's for the owner or the owner group, so 4 places, he will use the default profile associated with the account. It's like a safety net. So every device at any point will need to have a profile associated, because the profile will dictate what is installed on that network. Imagine if you remove the tabs for the antivirus for the Windows devices, then the security will be uninstalled. Even if the MSI is present as the application, he will uninstall the antivirus module with his drivers. So that's why always you need to have a profile associated with the end. Now let's do this test. So the default group, you can add it directly like this. I believe it's the test. Please remember, only the default group is automatically removed from the list. If you have any other device groups, we'll create a list here. So a device can be part of multiple groups, but at the same time, look here, you will be able to receive profiles from different sections. So you have multiple profiles associated. The rules will be on top of each other and can create misconfiguration. So please try to avoid or split the profiles. We can speak more about the management later. But for our test, to finish the test, did test during the deployment. Right now, our endpoint is only present here. Present here, and he is receiving the settings by this test associated with his operating system. Now, to go back to the deployment, when you do enroll device from this section, you are not able to select the device group. As you can see, you don't have an option to specify the device group. So if you continue with this wizard and click next and receive the this code, you see this at the end, you have token, this code at the end. This code will place the endpoint, under the default group.
And then you have to move them.
And we need to move them. If you are doing from this section, you see, I'm able to do this.
Change the groups, and then automatically goes to the active group.
And you'll be able to, depending what tools you have, you can create, let's say, a package for device group 1, package for device group 3, and so on. So when you send them, depending how you like to send them, you'll be able to control where to land, what exclusion will receive in that, what settings will receive them. So it'll be easier to place them directly where do you want. If not, they will be placed in the default group, and you need manually to add them in the correct device group, depending how you have set up the environment. So that will be one section. At the same time, you see that the owner of the device is the one that has created the package. If you go inside, so if we are going to the, if we are going to the any endpoint, you see the owner. This is the person that has created the actual package. This is the user that has created the package. Always you'll be able to change it. So if you have a profile associated with the owner, this is how you will be able to change. But please remember, the easiest way to manage your settings for the endpoints is by device groups. If you try to associate it with the device itself, you will need to go on each device if you like to change the profile. If you want to, if you associate it with the owner, then again, you need to change the owner on each device one by one click. Or let's say maybe you can add it by the wizard group. What I recommend to manage easy management device groups, you just move them. Because besides this, so if we are going, so you have seen me how I have changed the device from inside of the device itself, or you can just go like this. Oh, sorry. You select your device group, you got group management, and add devices to group. And you can select how many devices you like and just move them. Please remember, if they are already in a custom device group, so that was created, and you move it, let's say, to test 2, you need to remove them from the old one, because they will be part of 2 devices without the same. Now, if we go back to the installation, each time when you create a package, clicking here. Oh, near to it, come on, here it is. This time, when you create a package, did you see that there was a token in the link? So you have the link of from where to download /token. Yes. Then I believe this is the one that was used. Let's play with this one. Each time when you create a package, a token is generated. So if you create a package for test 1, you see the new token that was generated. You copy that token, and if you like it, you can just update the link to that token. And you can even send the link to the person. Or you can use later on, there is a list of commands that you can that you can use when you install the package, the MSI package. And when you provide this command, you will have the parameter, the host, and the port, and the token. And you'll be able to provide this token in the command line. So depending on the tool, this will be the case if your tool or the tool that the customer is using is modifying the name. So the package is using the short token. So the enrollment partners. You'll be able to provide it like this. Yes, change the token, and will be automatically added where you want. Or if you have your, let's say you have maybe migrating from accounts. Let's put it like that. He has created his account, and he has an account, has, I don't know, 10 devices or 100,000 devices. And after that, is going to your account where you are managing. So you need to move these devices that are already present there to yours, or depending on the case. This token is used to make this change. Send them from that account, move them to the new one. This is basically how it's telling the package where to look, where to be placed. That's why you have the validity for here, for how many days. So again, if you put this in a group policy, this is how long that package will be valid to automatically add. Any questions?
We have 3 questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Shabir is asking also, please share some explanation on installing endpoints in 200 plus machines, which includes both Windows and Mac. Bulk installation.
Bulk installation, yes. For Windows, also the comments from that list from the email will be beneficial. And let me show him, because for Mac, there are 2 types. So if we are going to Mac, there are 2 options. So let's go here. Of course, you can do it this, but so you have enroll with MDM profile and enroll without the MDM profile. This is how you do it. This is the format, how to add Macs. But the idea is you need to add the certificate in the portal first.
Yes, yes, this is essential.
So if you don't add the certificate, you will not be able to install, to manage everything from Mac. So that will be the first step.
This is required by Apple to be able to manage, or you will not get the full functionality.
What do you mean certificate? Where which
Let me see. Sorry. Let me find the option. No. Let's see. Is this here? Notification. Just add that one. Here. Yes. And in this section, we'll, if you start, we'll, basically a certificate will be automatically generated by the portal based on the account, and you need to add this first in order to have the full functionality, because it's linked to the account
For you enrolled.
you have the certificate to the Mac.
Yes.
to the member.
And for the same, with the same certificate, you will be able to install all your Mac devices. And will need to be renewed, I believe, every year, if I remember.
Is there any way to ask the users to onboard themselves, like
Yes.
SAML integration, where you provide them with a portal which do SAML with their Active Directory or with Azure AD, then they onboard the devices by.
No, it's different what I was, okay. So for the user themselves will be like this. For the Macs and be able to.
I mean, not for Windows. I mean,
For any user, besides the options that are here for having the package and install it, will depend of the user environment. Basically, what it's used with, depending on the package, PKG package, how to deploy it. If you have done it before, Windows MSI, how to send it to, let's say, let the user in just to advertise it and the user install it. In the end, it's an app.
You can, like with Active Directory, you can recognize the users, and the moment they join, they will be involved. But something where you give a portal and they just click on it.
It's not a portal. I mean, from the client, some vendors, especially for SASE or ZTNA vendors, you install or you download the client, the agent, and from the agent itself, you can onboard. Onboard means that you will register your device to the portal, which so once you onboard or register, they will direct you to SAML. I mean, authentication with your Azure AD. So
that you get the token.
Exactly. Yeah. Once you register, then you would appear like a user on their portal.
If the client, if you install the communication client from Xcitium without enrollment code, it will install. It will try to register, but will get nowhere. So you can share that data with them. I don't know.
Yes, I know. Now, here you have to create the package, specify, and then send the package to the user. So he will next. And
the package is simply just the token. Actually.
Yeah,
that's what you need to show.
Yeah, I mean,
if there is a way to deliver the token to him automatically, then yes. But SaaS
any user send a mail by email, then they give
they download the agent, and then from the agent itself, they register the account.
I guess this is traditional form of Hungarian run and DSA, and on top of that, what you put in your container. And that's why when you say you have to implement your network, your security, and your XDR, first thing your communication is nothing but your old ESA is in office. And when you log in, first thing is that this is your DSI just go in there and install and everything, and you are listing. And on top of it, earlier where you had your third party, which is coming, now you avoid third party and add your own security content, which is coming. And that is another client which is for as it's right.
Yes, because Mono is the payment company. It's where and the previous methods like of MDM, the things that you see with MDM, they come from that.
Yeah, it's more like usually when you hear from Mono, you are associated with SSL. I work as an SSL, so certificates. Now, to move away, because that is SSL world, HTTPS for signing everything.
They already sold it.
This is ITIL.
The MDM and
This is
email security MDM.
This ITIL was your RMM and PSA, and this is ITIL is what is renamed as Xcitium is important.
No, not Ethereum. Absolutely different. Xcitium came up after the concept of that kernel level API virtualization.
Yes. Yeah, at the end. So to move away, That's why you no longer see the name Hyperion, you no longer see the name Komodo, because what we refer as the Hyperion, actually, let me show you here.
Yeah, this material remember had it was not made for huge MSSPs and so I think you did the test for it once. Yeah, that's a remote access.
Yes. Okay. So it's not that they are totally separated. They are concatenated. Tools are concatenated, but as concept to move away from Komodo are associated with specific to SSL, to move away from Hyperion that are specific associated with specific tools. They said, okay, let's do Xcitium.
So Xcitium mainly is the zero threat, but now they're utilizing the remote desktop management from
You
other
still have
solutions.
access.
It's the same company, but
again, coming down to India, there's nothing but what you're doing is for forensic analysis, you're getting into and putting it as a span.
you just connect it to a packet broker
Packet
or a span. You mirror the traffic. So we look at the traffic, we sniff the security metadata, then we send them to the clients. Yes.
Probably Square North, say everything.
Yeah.
And very places.
Yes. Because in the end, as Khalid said, you need there is something where we need a holistic view of the network, not only at the endpoint. You need that's where you need the network traffic. It adds that holistic view, high-level view, and also it covers if you have that we call them dark endpoints or ROG access points or whatever like devices that are not seen by this client. That's where you get the network traffic side of it.
Like we identify rogue accounts, for example, you want
Yes.
the logs from the AD. So to have more visibility, you go to the sensor.
Until you apply where the sort of endpoints on the devices, that is where it was give either an AD or work group.
Yes. Yes, by default, they go to the default group, all of them, unless you do the MSI package installation and you add a specific group to them. But by default, they go to the default group, then you can move them to whatever group you want. The groups are, this is why it needs some consultation with the customer. Groups could be departments. It could be branches, like Saudi Arabia, United States, Europe. It could be there is some professional service from the endpoint, and the great thing about designing groups properly, it eases the management later on, the operation. Now, again, I'll have to keep reminding you, zero threat by itself as a technology, which is only one piece in this platform. It's called containment here. The zero threat, it works by itself. It doesn't need you. It works by itself. But because Xcitium is giving you defense in depth, they give you further controls such as MDM, such as patch management, data leakage prevention at the level of the endpoint, firewall at the level of the endpoint, EDR. They give you sensors for network detection and response, and they give you reports. Because they're giving you all of that, you need this platform. You need to create profiles because you want to know what to do with all of these. As you see, there's like 12, 15 pieces of them that need to be configured. That's not containment. That's how you manage the device, what you can do with the device, how you manage the patches of the vulnerabilities, how you run procedures, how you run monitors. These are all profiles that have to be controlled. So if you design the groups properly, exactly with the minimal number of groups, very properly aligned with their business model as a customer, management will be much easier of those devices. Containment will work all the time. Even if you have 1 million groups, containment works.
And it's not like you must use everything.
Yeah, you can.
You can decide what to enable or not. But in order to be able to understand what it's able to be managed and what you can do, you need to know this in front. If you don't like to use firewall, maybe they would like to use their firewall. You need to know from where to disable it. Or maybe the firewall driver, I don't know, creating a problem with their application. You need to know how to disable that from the start. So when when you install, you have the options actually to install the application without even installing the firewall driver at all. So do not create any problems. It's different. Or if you like to install it on VDI, like you install the application and you know you need to know the process of enrollment. Every time when the machine is on, depending how it's on, need to be added in the platform automatically. When it's erased, to be automatically moved. So you'll be able to keep it in control and not create like a lot of machines that would just remain there in the console. So depending on the case, different scenarios. If the I don't know if the environment is isolated, doesn't have access to the internet, for example, you can proxy out the traffic. So the endpoint will not have access to the internet, but you can redirect only the agents and the communication to proxy, and you'll be able to manage them.
This is in case of aircraft.
Yes. Yes.
For VDI, how we do installation for VDI specifically?
VDI, you install that one or golden image. So yes,
Yeah.
you install the application agent, you install the security, you update the ABDB so it will be as updated as much as possible.
Okay.
Once it's ready, everything is ready. You remove the machine from the console. There is a command only to unenroll it. So the will not uninstall, we just remove it from the console. And you add a specific file in a Komodo folder with the host with this information. Come on. Here it is. With this information. And each time when you spawn that machine, based on that information, that file will be consumed and the machine will be automatically added in the console. Yes. So if you add, you can add 10, 20, 30, because each machine, depending how you set up your golden image to rename itself, or if with the same name, it will have a different ID. So we will have 10, 20 with the same ID, or it would be nice to have different ID.
Hey guys, I'm Ryan. Nice to meet you.
Ryan, nice to meet you. Let's answer some questions because the audience here has some final questions.
1 second to finish to explain, and after that I will answer the question.
Okay, so they thought you finished.
And at the end, when the machine is destroyed for the VDI, you need to run the command, the unenrollment command. So it will not remain in the platform. So if it's a server, you can have, let's say, you not matter how many users will go to that server. You can get only one machine. Yes. So that will be the general case and expand it to other virtual environments. Show me phishing email example, EDR. I will not be able to do a demo. So if you like associated with the EDR, NDR, to do example how this can be done, how the correct person will be in Bandos. That will be the associated with SOC team. I am more about deployment, preparing the environment to be ready for SOC, to be ready for the NDR. And regarding the email, the phishing email, I can only specify like this. You receive an email, right? In that email, either you have a file or you have a link. So if you have a file, it's a payload. If it's a payload, it's going in the containment. Is that payload? If it's a command, it's going in the containment. It transforms to a script going in the containment. Depending how you set up the environment, if it's able to, let's say that I don't know, that application, it's reading everything that you have on your hard drive and it's actually trading outside, right? You know, inside of the containment, yes, it's able to do this if you don't have the firewall module. So the firewall module is the one that, based of the application, it's known or unknown, will be able to stop the exfiltration. So containment is for not allowing to write. Will be able to specify to hide. So if you don't want to see the C drive, hide it. The unknown application will not be able to see that you have a C drive. But if you leave it there by default, so you leave your secret documents by default, and it's able to see them, to be able to see them, in our case, exfiltrate. If you leave it by default and you don't want to exfiltrate, add the firewall, stop.
So to control the exfiltration, you have to do it from the firewall itself.
You have to do it from the containment. So the containment itself. So you imagine this: when you run inside of the virtual environment, you don't know if the application is good or bad. So the goal is to allow the user to run that application, to not block the usability of the user.
Not block work. He needs to continue working.
Yes. But in our case, because block the exfiltration, if you have your documents, your company documents on, I don't know, C drive, on D drive or other drive, just remove them. So the any unknown application will not be able to see that you have that path there. So even if they will be able to exfiltrate, they will be able to exfiltrate, I don't know, the operating system. That's it.
Is there any capability to block DNS exfiltration?
DNS, so basically when it's interrogating.
Yeah, it's using the DNS port to read the data.
Fragments the traffic, the data into pieces, and pushes them on top of the DNS port. I think it can be done, and I've done some testing once. I want to put that and share it with you. I'll get back some details with you. What is referring to something like what Infoblox does, for example, to block DNS.
Let me show something. And that will be an old one, like it's fragmented, similar,
but it's a lot of fragmenting anyways, but a long way.
But you have the rules also on the application level, IP port level. But in the end, if I'm correct, and I'm not speaking regarding that the technique, in order to do this on the endpoint, you need to run a command or an application that is running a command, right? That is blocked, depending what how you run it. That is blocked from here. So it's not basically, if I'm correct, it's not reaching there.
Yeah, I wouldn't even have the opportunity to start doing that
Because
process.
we are working with a company called Infoblox, which provide DNS security. And usually we do something called the exfiltration demo, where you log into Infoblox like portal, and we run some scripts, some commands on the machine, as you mentioned. You have to trigger it by running some scripts. So if you are controlling the script itself, which means that you can control taking data, exfiltrate it, or fragment small pieces and feed it through the data. So if we are controlling the scripts or the
This is the part that you commands control the scripts.
That's what it's control. Yes, the concept here is a bit different, because this is actually new to the industry, and sometimes it's confusing. I'll give you an example. Some customers will ask us, can I block the SD memory from being seen in the device? I said, guys, this is an old mentality. By blocking this and that and this, and you're thinking that you get enough protection. No. What we do is containment. Any script that does not behave in a trusted way will, without period.
But if you like, you can block it from here.
Yes. So you have to think that's our biggest problem, is that the industry is groomed to think, of detection first, and,
Yes.
and so it's, every company, and I'll get into this when I start my presentation, is every company out there, doesn't matter who they are, they're looking for known good, known bad. Really, no one cares about known good because they're good, right? So it's really the known bad. And if they're not on the known bad list, then they just allow it to play. For us, we go known good, known bad, unknown. Anything unknown, instantly in containment, cannot be any damage done. One, if it's an unknown. So it's like we welcome the unknowns. It's going to cause zero damage. Yeah, of course. We're a little backwards. I was trying to help a partner this morning, and then no one even showed up. So I was like, I could have been here the whole time.
Yes, I'm happy to introduce Ryan to you guys. Ryan is the director of training at Xcitium.
Yes.
Again, guys, I cannot find the words to thank you for coming in person.
Of course.
Wanting to mix with us, because when it's in person, it is different.
Yes.
We do have the team here, and we have 33 people on Zoom.
Oh, wow.
We have people outside Dubai, and we didn't want to bring, say hi to them.
Hey, everybody.
Let's say hi to them quickly. Let's remove that share and that's the okay, guys.
Oh, there
So,
they all are.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Hi, guys. So here's Ryan, the director of training at Xcitium. And one great thing that we want to learn from Ryan today is because the industry, this is new to the industry, because there is so much misconception of what we do with endpoint protection. We've been doing things for 25 years, and now EDRs for 12 years or 11 years, and now we're bringing something else. What is exactly what our message is around Xcitium? What is the added value that we would like you to understand and convey to every customer that you meet and every partner, every colleague that you meet? It's an absolutely different mindset. As you have seen with the technical demonstration with Valentin, we cover everything. Because there was a study in 2022 where CISOs and IT managers, they said, I need defense in depth. I need really to get everything. Yes, we're giving them the zero dwell containment, the zero threat, which is the unique technology, but also you have everything else configurable, starting from, even Xcitium gives you a free help desk system, guys. Yep. A free CRM system for partners. If you want to use the CRM, they give you free CRM. They give you free help desk for internal tickets and management of tickets and stuff like that. So they give you everything, but zero threat is the unique technology. Now we need to focus on the message of what zero threat is and how it is positioned. And that's the second part that will be done by Ryan. I want to go quickly if there's any questions specific. Shabir, I don't know what this, you're sharing a help desk, help document. It's okay. Shabir, if you wanna, you can unmute yourself, guys. Like Nidish, if you wanna say anything, please go ahead. Shabir, you can unmute yourself and join.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have some queries like I have an endpoint which I need to install through Komodo.
Yep. So yes, go ahead, Charlie.
The endpoint is Cisco.
Yeah, this is the correct Apple push link. Yes.
So first, if you are doing this on an Apple, first you will need to push the certification.
We don't hear you well, honestly, Shabir.
Because this link is present in the chat. So before you install an Apple, please install the certificate and the link is correct. Using that link,
Which is this one, guys.
yes.
I will not share it. Let me share again. Okay, so this is the link, guys. This is the push certificate which Valentin mentioned when you wanna enroll a Mac device. Before you enroll the device, please follow these steps.
You just need to add it once in the account. What is present in the account will be able to install our Mac devices. please remember to renew it once every year. I believe it's only for 1 year that you generated. And the correct is, I didn't find the correct ones in the portal, but that is the correct name.
Yes.
Right, good, Shabir, that's amazing point. Go back if there is any more questions. So this is answered.
Yes, I have one question left. I
Yes,
need
go
to
ahead.
install the package, which is an exe file format. How can I install that?
exe format. So if I'm going this.
Is it shared? Are we sharing? We go back to Zoom. That's sure, we're not sharing. Because it is hard to run a mixed training, but because we have many people outside the country, and in Ramadan the timing is different. They start late, and it was the easiest way to get everyone.
Of course.
Yeah.
No. So let's go to, come on, work installation. Now, packages. By default, you have MSI. If you like, you create an exe. Now, once you have the exe file present, and just because we are here, I'll jump a little bit. You can also include, if they are in the same package, you also be able to include the initial database in the same package. So basically, and the profile, how would be able to behave if you have a specific scenario where, I don't know, you don't need the firewall installed, put it in the profile, so it will not be installed from the start. But once you click on download at this point, you create an exe package like, I believe will be 750 megabytes, something like that. Now, in this scenario, it's easy to be used, like you go to the USB to the device and you just click on it and you're finished. But please remember, this exe is just an archive where the MSI packages are added, are bundled, and is running based on a script. If something goes wrong, because this is an exe, you will not be able to see verbose events like you can do it in the command prompt from MSI when you put slash and have the glows. For example, enrollment will fail. Application installed, but you see the pop-up. So it's not like a void, but it's fast, it's large, use a special occasion. Now, every time when you let's say download the package, so let's say if we try to download the package itself, you will have access to the ADTD tool. Here it is the pop-up. This is, let me stop that because I don't need that. This is a .NET framework tool. So if the .NET framework is working correctly in the environment, you shouldn't have any problems. If you start seeing errors, you will not start troubleshooting the tool, you will start troubleshooting the .NET framework on that person environment. Something is not working. So keep this in mind. Now, this tool is not, usually as the admin, you'll be able to use this tool to push packages. So please remember, it's not like group policy or any other tool where it's waiting for the endpoint. It's pushing. Endpoint is not online, you will not be able to do anything. Yes, it's able to connect to, is it open? Oh, no. It's able to connect to the AD, to take the information from the AD. But if the endpoints are not online, will fail. So it's push, not waiting and after that downloading. Yes, you'll be able to send MSI any exe packages, but again, push. Another thing, because this will work in a network, so you need to have you have them connected to the Active Directory, because when you connect the endpoint to the Active Directory, some specific settings on the endpoint will happen in order to allow this type of installation. If the endpoint is not, for sure you know about this, if the endpoint is not in the AD, then you will need to do this manually, like registry keys. So imagine, I will say my point of view. If you need to touch that endpoint in order to do this registry key, just double click on the EX and finish the installation. Because once you have the communication, you have access to everything.
The system itself.
Yes. So yes, you will be able to use packages. You'll be able to send the package that you like, as you can see, exe and MSI. But it's a push tool. It's a .NET framework tool. Will work in that network. You'll not be able to push it from here, I don't know, in US. No, it needs to be inside of that network. Was this answering the question? For
I think so. Shabir, is that answering your question?
Maybe I need to explain more. I have a third-party exe package which I need to install through Komodo.
Yes, if the third party is not present in our list of the applications that are provided, you can do it with a procedure. Basically a procedure, it's a Python procedure that is doing the following. Everything that's, oh, and another thing, being exe will need to support silent install. So if the exe is not supporting silent installation, I will not be able to help you. It will pop up the UI and either the user will see it, or if it's under the system, no one will see it and will get stuck there until you reboot the endpoint. So you will be able to do it a procedure like to send to all the endpoints. Let's see if I can provide a link. If not, I will send it later. No, they didn't put it. Let's try with Komodo.
We're blocking it from the firewall here.
Oh, okay.
But this works, it's blocked here internally. But guys, this link, which is scripts.xcitium.com, is a very useful page. It allows you to download extra scripts that are not available at the moment in the tool, in the platform. And it allows you even to request new scripts. Like Shabir, like if there is a very specific scenario, you can request it, and the Xcitium team will respond to you with this.
I know that there is a monitor specifically made to monitor.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have shared my email address if you can respond on that.
Yes. And for anyone else, there is a monitor that is specifically done to monitor up to 10 applications. And if they are not present, automatically install them on the endpoint.
Yes.
If you like to use the monitor, yes. If not, just trigger the procedure directly and provide the information.
I recommend using monitors because you don't want to just run procedures right and left. Monitors will check conditions first, such as availability of application. If not, then run the procedure, especially if they're custom procedures that you already prepared. You don't want to push just procedures like that if you want my piece of advice. So what we have gone through, are you done, Valentin, or is there more?
There is more. I would like to continue online for the technical persons, but I will leave my
You can
colleague
talk
to.
for 7 more hours. You know?
Yeah.
you have 20 minutes.
Even if I will start a test right now, I will not be able to finish.
Right. I will do one thing on if you guys allow me for 5 minutes before we start with Ryan. Then, guys, I want to share with you the demo of the Xcitium client itself, how it works.
I'm just gonna show you the 5 minutes of demo so that you know why I keep saying zero threat is different. Zero threat is different. So I just want to show it to you because we did not show it to you. Let me check, make sure that the audio can be, what is that share audio?
You usually have to do it before you share your screen.
Before the sharing, okay. You see when we need you, Ryan.
Training you.
You're awesome. I have to share sound and optimize for video clip. I don't know what that means, but let's try it. just literally 5 minutes, guys. See the Xcitium technology in action, and I have to repeat. The maximum value you get from Xcitium is what's called zero threat. It is patent technology. Valentine kept saying it is containment, 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 because it has a module in the enterprise management platform called containment, which is nothing but Xcitium zero threat, which is the first and only functioning, absolutely working zero trust deployment on endpoints that goes down to the kernel, and it integrates through APIs to virtualize your environment. Just a quick demo, and I hope you can hear it.
This is a demonstration of the Xcitium Advanced Endpoint Protection Platform. I'm sharing two desktops here. The first one is the one on the top here with the blue background. This particular desktop, as each of them have Xcitium configured, but in the blue desktop I've disabled all of the automated responses. And I did that simply so you could see what happens as it happens, because when it's all automated, much like it is here with the green background, it happens too quickly, you really can't appreciate it. Let's take a closer look at what's installed on the endpoint. We have two clients sitting in my tray here. The first one is the communication client. This is the client that enables our unified console to communicate back to each of the endpoints, and also to make policy changes and to control the endpoint from a remote management perspective. Also provides patch management, software inventory. You can pull metrics off the endpoint. You can even run remediation actions on the endpoint. A whole suite of controls available through the communication client. The second one is the client security. This is actually providing the layered protection on the endpoint. Let me open it up so you can see that layered protection. I'll pull up the window shade here, and you can see the various layers of protection that the endpoint is providing. These are all Xcitiums. The first is antivirus. These are all the standard controls for known malicious malware, worms, all hash-based, continuously updated throughout the day. The second one here is firewall. This is a standard software-based firewall that allows you to monitor or restrict communications by ports or IPs or groups thereof. Now, the advantage of this, and actually each of these, is that from a unified console, you can have a known configuration across entire groups of systems. This one here, HIPS. This is host-based intrusion prevention. This, in conjunction with our scripts engine, covers those whole host of activities, things like VB scripts and PowerShell scripts, registry-based attacks, memory attacks, suspicious processes, that whole lot gets caught in this layer here. Now, the last two, website filtering and DLP monitoring, these are included as additional capabilities if you'd wish to use them. Now, when I went through this list, I skipped auto containment, and I did that because it's different. All of the others deal with detection. Auto containment deals with prevention. And it's real simple. If it is an unknown, such as a 0 day, no one knows about it. All unknowns are auto-contained, which means it never executes out in the open, which means the endpoint is safe. Workflow continues, productivity continues. Now, when something is contained, VirusScope is running right alongside it, collecting the telemetry information, and will try to render a verdict on that, whether it's good or bad. Now, if it can't, then it will actually send that information up to our included verdicting system in the cloud, which does use machine learning. And that will race through that and render a verdict. Now, sometimes machine learning cannot automatically render a verdict, and in those cases, that's when it would get forwarded over to engineers who will manually deconstruct that, run through all the analytics, and will render a verdict, but that will take longer. The takeaway point here is that that really doesn't matter how long it takes to render a verdict, because the entire time it is contained on the endpoint, the machine is still functioning, the machine is safe, productivity continues. Let's tuck this away for now. You'll notice on my desktop I have policy update. I have one on each desktop. Let's go ahead and open this. I received it recently. Let's read it so we can carry about our day. Now, as I invoke this, you'll notice in the widget that I have displayed here that I have something running in containment. So I'll open that up. I will remove the administrative controls so I can see what's going on here. And yes, policy update is contained. Now, if I right-click this, I get a little menu. It allows me to do additional things so I can see greater detail of what's going on. So as I select activities, I can see that it actually launched, and I can see all the sub-activities below that. Now, this will continue to update as the process is running in containment, so it'll keep track as things progress. This list will grow over time, and you can come back and look at those details. Of course, there's an array of different options you can choose to look at here along the way. Now, policy update launched, and it's in containment. And here it comes. You'll notice that the list updates, I'll just go ahead and close that. Let me just slide this up. You'll notice that it opened in WordPad. WordPad is a known safe application that ships with the operating system. But there's something else going on here that is unknown, and that's why it's actually wrapped in this thin green border. That means it's safely contained, so it's isolated from the endpoint. Now, even though it's isolated, I can still work with my file and carry on. Now, it's contained because of that unknown part that's happening here. And what actually happened when I invoked policy update was that I launched a piece of ransomware that contained a full disk encryptor. So right now it's running through my system, encrypting everything it can get its hands on. It's going to ultimately pop up with a ransom note asking me to go to some URL, plug in a PIN, cough up some cash if I want my files back. That's actually what is underway now, but it's contained, so I am safe. And since it's contained, we can actually go and take a peek at what's going on. I'll open up my file explorer, take it to my C drive, and you'll notice this hidden folder called VT-root. VT-root only appears when containment is active, like it is now. Let's go take a peek. Just drop in here. I'll go into my folder. And let's look at my pictures. Almost all of my images are encrypted, or so the ransomware thinks. But if you look carefully at the path up here, that says VT-root. That's not where my pictures are kept. My pictures are kept right here. So if I open this up in a separate window, you can see that clearly that my pictures are perfectly intact. Let's just put this back up at the top. So my pictures are okay. I can carry about my day. I can work with my document, but my endpoint is still safe no matter what happens here. So in short order, the ransom note will appear and give me a time frame to go and act on that if I even want my data back. Now, since this is contained, I can actually go manually clean this up. I did mention that I turned off the automated responses, so this will be a manual cleanup here. And you'll notice this is my ransom note. It's also wrapped in green, so I'm not really worried about this. Let me slide this off to the bottom. Let's go clean this up.
So I'm not going to continue with this. I just wanted to show you the technology in action, and I'll show you quick two things for balancing. As we said, guys, you can go to Xcitium website, xcitium.com, and go to resources section. You can find that threat hunting assessment tool. It's a free tool provided by Xcitium, which is exactly this tool. I advise you to do so. So if you think that your Kaspersky antivirus, or if you think that your, I don't know, CrowdStrike EDR is really protecting you, use this tool, stop the discovery, because it's going to try to discover all of your devices in the network. Go to custom scan and do it only on your computer, just to check the files and the scripts that you have in your on your computer. It's a heavy tool. It goes through everything in details, and then it will send you a report by email about the unknowns. Unknowns could be okay. Not every unknown is harmful, but if it is harmful, the only one that can block it is Xcitium, and you can go to the threat map, which is provided by Xcitium. This is a live map that shows you attacks
ransomware and malware happening today, like in the last 2 hours. These are real attacks happening now. And as you can see, most of them are unknowns. And in the left side, in the purple box here, these are hashes and names of unknown attacks and ransomware and malware that have not been detected by any other vendor. None of the detection-based vendors, CrowdStrike, SentinelOne, you name it, managed to detect them for 92 hours until now. Imagine these are like running in the globe, affecting probably millions or thousands of devices, and none of the other vendors were able to detect them because they have to detect an indicator of compromise. They have to detect a behavior, so they are slow. Those malware, or the ones that develop the malware, are faster than us as defenders. And I'll stop here. We'll move to Ryan, Director of Training at Xcitium. And Ryan will, as I said to you, Ryan, do you want to send me the file here, or do you want, because I have to connect you to the screen? I have to. That's easier because we're using one device. Would you help me with the connection? The internet connection. So Ryan, as we said, will provide us with the simple message of Xcitium. The market was a bit messy. They did not understand it well. It's okay. He can sit down anywhere. Sorry, guys, I forgot to introduce the director of our region from Xcitium, Orestes. He manages the EMEA and the whole EMEA, like including the Middle East and North Africa, our region. So welcome, man. And again, thank you guys for your support. This is an awesome session. I was hoping that everyone will manage to be with us in person, but that's absolutely okay. I know it's Ramadan. You want to sit down on your couch and watch Ryan doing his magic and Valentine, which is okay. But so I'll pass it to Ryan now. We're just trying to transfer his file to my laptop so that he can present using my laptop. I don't want him to switch the monitors and cameras and everything. So just give us a second, and a much more handsome man will join you now. My email? Yes, please. Oh, see why he's awesome. So Xcitium has a solution for everything. So Presales, do you want me to download it, or you're okay with it online?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
So let me share the screen again. Okay, and guys, again, if you have any questions, just unmute yourself and you can ask questions. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Hey, everybody. So yeah, again, just formal introductions. I know I can't see all of you because I'm sharing my screen here, but yeah, my name is Ryan. I am the Director of Training and Sales Enablement here at Xcitium. I've been with Xcitium for about 2 years now. I was always, for about first year and a half, I was on the customer facing side. So I understand a lot of the questions that you guys are going to be asking because I dealt with them in the normal day-to-day activity, and now I get to show you really kind of who we are. So usually we do kind of start with who is Xcitium, who are we? Because the name Xcitium is a newer name. We did just rebrand from Komodo to Xcitium in last August, and the main reason that we did that to it, and again, I don't know if this has been said already, but we've been in the industry for over 20 years. You know, we owned about 52% of the SSL certificate market, and we started that back in 1998. Our owner, Millie, has been in the industry since 98. And then we wanted to really separate that ourselves from the SSL business. So that's why we rebranded last August. So what I want to show you guys next, let me see if I can get this slideshow. There it is. Maybe I'll just do this. Let's try one more time. There we go. Perfect. So my favorite question, and guys, I'm going to be very, very repetitive here. Not because I don't know what to say. It's because, again, as I was saying earlier, the entire industry has been groomed on how to think, and that detection as the first step in protecting you is the only option. Well, now Xcitium has brought a product to the market that is what we call our detection-less protection. Okay, so as you can see on the screen here, this right here is a traditional endpoint security stack. This is going to be your CrowdStrike, your SentinelOne, your Sophos, your Carbon Blacks. It doesn't matter. And from a sales guy's perspective, sometimes the first question that we ask is, who is your vendor, right? And sometimes it can be a little intrusive of a question. But my favorite thing is what I tell all my guys internally is, it does not matter who their vendor is, because every single vendor uses detection in the first step into protecting you. So let's use their model and see how much it makes sense. So this right here, we can just say, you can plug or play. It could be a CrowdStrike, could be a SentinelOne. So let's take a file. And for argument's sake, let's say it's a nasty 0-day malware file. Okay, it's already on the endpoint because 100% detection does not exist. If 100% detection did exist, then our jobs would be a whole lot easier, and there would be no breaches. But as you know, there's breaches, thousands of breaches every single day. So we'll take that file, and since it's already on the endpoint, we execute that file, which is an end user. And now it goes up against your AV. It goes up against the AV blacklist. Blacklist really only looks for that known bad. Since it's an unknown, it's good to pass. Now, throughout time in cybersecurity, we've invested billions of dollars into multiple layers. And then the next most common layer is that AI and machine learning. Again, this is going to be a common rebuttal. That's, oh, what do you do when their detection fails? That's why I have AI. That's why I have machine learning. Well, again, AI and machine learning are still forms of detection. They're looking for known bad signatures, known bad indicators, known bad algorithms. And again, since this is an unknown 0-day, it will pass because it has never seen it before. And now the file executes inside the network and starts trying to spread laterally. Now, this is where the CrowdStrike and the SentinelOnes come in, and this is where they boast their claims, and it's very laughable sometimes, is we can look how fast we are at minimalizing the damage done in remediation and stopping it from spreading. But the main problem is damage was still done. We don't think that's the right way to look at things. So now let's look at how it works for us. Take that same exact file, it executes, again, it's already on the endpoint because 100% detection doesn't exist. It executes. And now for us, again, every vendor out there looks for known good, known bad. We look for known good, known bad, unknown. Since there's a part of that file that is we have never seen before, doesn't matter if it's good or bad, we're going to contain it. I like to say we wrap it in bubble wrap and we give it an environment that it could thrive in. And now, since it's inside the containment, we're giving the malware, if it is malware, an environment to thrive in, it will truly show itself. It will, we're giving it in that virtualization, we're only virtualizing 3 pieces of your PC, which would be read-write access to your hard drive, your COM interface, and your registry. The things that malware needs to thrive. And again, since we are artifactless, unlike traditional sandboxes, malware will take the bait and they will show their true colors. And if it ends up being malicious, as you saw on the previous demo, it will be then blown up, killed, added to the blacklist, would never need to be containerized ever again. And then you can just move along your day. But at the end of the day, it does not matter if it's in containment. Say if it's a file that you did need, as you saw a little bit ago with Matt, he was still able to access that file, edit that file, save that file. But we're not going to let it save to the actual local endpoint until we know it's safe. It's that true guilty until proven innocent, zero trust security posture. And then again, just because it's unknown, guys, does not mean that it's bad. So if it is known good, again, we'll add it to the whitelist, and it will be free to play with the rest of the resources on the endpoint. Do I have any questions there? I don't think so. No. Okay. And I can guarantee you, Orestes will start talking here. He'll throw in some comments because he has to. He's a sales guy. He has to talk, right?
I thought because we're a remote session, I wasn't allowed to. Typically on physical trainings, I'm the one who disrupt the whole training, and I get Brian to start sweating and tell me to stop speaking. That's a good way to put it. I just want to make clear, if everybody understands the difference, and I'm jumping ahead, I know this is Brian's cue. If everybody understands the difference between zero to well containment, or we call it containment, versus sandbox. Lots of people come back and say, this is sandbox. And we have to repeat over and over from the start, take it out of their heads. This is nothing like sandbox. As Ryan said, sandbox is not the environment where malware thrives. Why? Well, one of the things that I learned from Mo was if you take a laptop in the middle of the desert, right? Containment, this is what you use, containment will still work.
Still work, yes.
Would sandboxing work? No.
The sandbox is a fake environment anyways, and it's easily detected by malware. Today's malware can easily detect that it is in a sandboxing environment, and it can go through it to get to your actual resources. And sandboxes has a problem, sandboxes. With sandboxing, it has only two options, which wouldn't have that problem. It has, when there is a malicious file and it's being analyzed in a sandbox, it has two options. Either it will block the user access, so you cannot edit the Word file exactly like we did. You cannot save, you cannot change the colors or the fonts. And this does what to you? It stops your productivity, it stops your work. That's the first option. Or it allows the malicious file to access your real resources, like your endpoint resources, while it is doing its analysis. And that's dangerous because you're allowing a malware to compromise your actual registry keys and your actual processes and file system and comms and all of the kernel objects. With containment, no, we don't care about that.
Yes.
With containment, we allow you to work, but in an isolated environment. That's a major difference, guys. Sandboxing honestly sucks these days. Doesn't work.
Yes.
Doesn't give you enough protection at all. It's still a very good piece of technology to have. It's exactly like firewalls. Do you think a Palo Alto firewall, no matter how good it is, will stop the cryptic ransomware we just ran? There's no way it stops it. It's a massively good technology, but it cannot stop that. Exactly the same it applies to sandbox. Exactly the same applies to any virus. It applies to next generation environments. It applies to anything that has to detect first. That's why detection first is a failing policy and strategy.
I don't even know why I'm here. It's killing it. But no, I just want to reiterate. So when it comes to sandboxing, again, that's going to be one of your most common rebuttals because we say containment. And again, we're groomed to think we're closely correlated to containment, and they think sandboxing. Just again, think. And another major problem with sandboxing, guys, is it's very resource intensive, right? And most legacy end users will not even be able to run a sandbox environment because you literally need a supercomputer to do so. For us, again, why we are so lightweight is, as you can see here in the middle of my screen, We only virtualize 3 main components. That's why when we are running in containment, you're seeing less than 1% CPU usage, less than 20 to 25 megs of RAM. And we are even compatible. Sometimes it does dip above 1%, which is not a big deal anyways, but that's on like Windows XP legacy systems. It's expected. They already run badly already. And again, so we've solved the problem of the resource usage. We've solved the problem of not hindering the user's productivity. And once that user's productivity is hindered, then they submit support tickets, which I know is all of y'all's favorite things. So we've solved all 3 of those problems. And so next I want to show you, where does Xcitium sit, right? We sit at execution. So compared to every other layer of security, your next-gen AV, your firewall, your host intrusion prevention system, and then on the post-execution side, you have your EDR, your MDR, your XDR, your AI machine learning, even your human reverse engineering. Those are all reliant on detection, and we sit at execution. Any part of it that is unknown, contained. You are safe. And feel free to ask questions, guys. So, what do our packages look like? So I'm going to start here on the left. The far left here is just the essentials. So for my partners out there that are talking to an end user and they are in the middle of a contract, very common. Everyone already has a vendor, or they should. They love the demo, but they don't have the budget for it right now, or they're not in a place to do a rip and replace. It's no problem. We are compatible, just our containment layer itself, with about 16, 17 vendors. So we're compatible with your Bitdefender, your CrowdStrike, your SentinelOne, Carbon Black, so on and so forth. So they can take this extra layer and strengthen their security posture. But 9 out of 10 times after their contract is up, and they feel much more protected and have that true peace of mind with that Xcitium auto containment or zero dwell containment, they convert to Xcitium because it only makes sense. And I'm about to tell you why it makes sense. And that's the Xcitium Advanced. That's our true rip and replace package. It's our go-to-market piece, right? And so what's included inside Xcitium Advanced? So as you can see, again, even though we don't rely on detection as a first step, detection-based products and tools are still very important into speeding up the process. So we are still going to give you that full AV, next-gen AV, your EDR, which everyone needs nowadays for cyber insurance, your host intrusion prevention system. We've given you our AI and machine learning. We're giving you a little bit of splash of DLP monitoring, a little splash of website filtering. And of course, the most important piece is that zero dwell containment. Now, that's amazing on the security stack side. But now, what else are we going to give you for free? And Mo gave you a little sneak peek earlier. Told you we're going to give you a ticketing system to help solve all your problems. Well, on top of that, we're also going to give you patch management. And I think the most powerful one, especially in this market, is going to be that free RMM tool. Something that you guys could, people are already spending tens of thousands of dollars on every year. So not only are we able to come in underneath our competitors due to innovation through technology, we're also able to cut out some of their other contract items with our free tools. So it's not are we saving them money by switching to us or matching their price, we're also able to cut out other budgetary items that they would need and give it to them in one solidified console. Any questions there?
So, Ryan, if I understand correctly, so far we have on the left Xcitium Essentials, which is containment, right?
Yep.
You spoke a lot about containment. Containment is great, it's the heart of Xcitium. And then we kind of upgrade to a vendor package, which includes containment, so it includes essentials, and it becomes Xcitium Advanced. And that has the antivirus, the HIPS, firewall, NGAP, containment, essentials, EDR, and then we have RMM, we have remote remediation, patch management, ticketing system, all of those things that you have mentioned, right? So can I go to an end user and ask him, how much are you paying for patch management, EDR, AV, do you have a solution for these unknown threats? Because we do have a containment. Can I do that? Can I go with the Xcitium Advanced package against all of those? If you guys don't remember anything after today, and I keep on saying that during trainings, because I know that Brian is hard to forget, but that's a lot of information, right? But if you leave this training without anything to remember, there are only a few things. One is containment as a solution to unknown threats. And that's a product with Xcitium. It's a door opener. I call it a door opener. Xcitium Essentials. Because it will, 9 out of 10, it will evolve to become Xcitium Advanced. Then the second thing is ask your end users, how much are you paying for AV? How much are you paying for APR? How much are you paying for patch management? Just that question, and then compare it to the price of the Xcitium Advanced. And you will be in position of strength. I'm not going to continue because Ryan already gives me the look to start reading. So go ahead.
And again, I think the most powerful part about this, guys, is that, and I think all of you guys understand the struggle of something happens, you might have an incident or something silly happens where an end user doesn't know how to clear the cache and you have to do it for them, right? And you have to log into 6 or 7 different portals to achieve one task. With Xcitium Advanced, it's all under one unified console where you can easily manageable and it makes your process much quicker. And as Valentin was saying earlier, I imagine with monitors and procedures, you can actually automate a lot of those processes to begin with, so you don't have to do those silly things. So I think that is just the true power of just that console itself. Now we need to move over. I'm going to skip guided because it's a more special case and we can talk about it later. But we're going to talk now about Xcitium Managed. So this is our entry-level MDR solution. Okay. So it's going to come with everything we've already talked about. You're going to get the containment, all the layers of security, that RMM tool, that ticketing system, that patch management. But now we're going to add on that 24/7, 365 eyes on glass SOC aspect of it as well. And the most troubling part with MDR and why it's not easily accessible or bought most of the time is due to price, right? So let me just talk about a CrowdStrike. I like to pick on CrowdStrike because they're easy and they're the biggest gorilla in the room, right? Why is CrowdStrike so expensive? First is their name. Second is because their MDR is expensive because they sign on a new client, thousands of endpoints. All they have to do now is they have to manage your EDR alerts, and that's truly all you're getting out of a CrowdStrike most of the time. And the reason why that price is being driven up is because they're having to either onboard new talent to manage that account, and that is going to reflect in the price, and that hurts. And at the end of the day, when all they're truly doing most of the time is just managing your EDR alerts and not doing what they told you they promised we're going to do with, such as proactive threat hunting and helping you strengthen your security posture and really holding your hand, as I would imagine they would say, they don't. Usually it's a disconnected relationship most of the time, unless you're a Fortune 500 customer and giving them hundreds of millions of dollars, which most people aren't. So for us, our SOC team is not having to worry about managing EDR alerts because we have a true next-gen EDR powered by our zero dwell containment. It's cutting out 97% of that noise. It's where our SOC team, compared to CrowdStrike has to evaluate 100% of those alerts. We only have to worry about the 3%, which are those high fidelity alerts, right? So our team is only having to worry about those high fidelity alerts, which gives them the time to proactively threat hunt and help you strengthen your security posture. And I think that is a massive difference. And the factor where we can come in most cases and in most markets, a third or even half of underneath of CrowdStrike's pricing, because we're not solving the problem with people, we're solving the problem with technology and innovation.
So let me understand. Let's discuss this a little. You're saying that the main competitors, all they have to do is to pay more people and very high and well-paid people to manage the EDR alerts, and that brings up the cost.
100%.
In your price, right?
100%.
And also what we're saying is, again, going back to the containment, because of containment, Xcitium has the ability to focus on a much smaller percentage, just 3%, but that 3% has been, let's say, filtered. And that's the high fidelity alerts. So our SOC can focus on what matters. And you don't have to spend their night. I mean, they do because they work hard, but you don't have to spend their whole day just killing false positives. Is that what we're saying?
100%. I think the bigger one here, and I can already read the rest of this, mine is another massive reason why MDR is also not affordable, is that if they can't afford that price of that $100 to $250 a year per endpoint price of MDR, what also is tacked on in that fine print? It's usually incident response retainer, right? So not only are you paying a ridiculous amount, 6-figure contract in 95% of the cases just for the MDR solution, now they're making you prepay for when they fail and protecting you. Does that sound backwards? You're paying them hundreds of thousands of dollars to protect you, and you're paying their people to hold your hand per se, but they're saying, we know we're going to fail. So now you have to give us $25,000, $50,000 of retainer, or in some cases they say, I'll give you 20 incidents for free. 20 incidents I'll give it to you for free. You're telling me that I'm going to have 20 incidents? I don't want any incidents.
I don't want any incidents.
Right?
That's the difference. Yeah.
So what is different compared to Xcitium? You're talking about incident response, right?
Yes.
And others, in order to make money, because they kill false positives, they don't make money, they said, okay, we need to do something. They came up with incident response, small letters, the retainer need to pay us upfront 25, 30K, whatever the deal is. They shaded it different ways. How is Xcitium different?
So I would say the biggest thing in how Xcitium is different is that we are so confident in our technology. And I'll back up a little bit here and say, I can't tell the future, but we have a pretty awesome track record over the last 3 years. We publish our statistics on a bi-weekly basis. And since end of 2019, we have had 0 breaches, 0. And do you know why CrowdStrike does not post their statistics? Because all it would do would hurt them.
Or anybody else.
Or anybody else, not just us.
We're actually pushing people. We're asking you to push your vendors, the other vendors, to do the same as we do. So we have started publishing our track record for some time. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of endpoints around the globe. And we showed that we had 0 breaches, as Ryan said. And when you, in my aspect, I'm a very practical person. When I buy something, I need to understand, I need to compare, I need to have the KPIs, right? So how do you evaluate cybersecurity, endpoints? How do you do that? How do you compare it between solutions? You need to understand so many different solutions, so many different things that it gets confusing. The easiest way about anything that contains the word security is to ask, how many times have you secured people, kept them safe? How many times have you failed? Why is Xcitium the only company in the world that publishes, and you can go right now and figure it out, why is the only company that publishes their track record? Because it goes back to containment. It works so well that it gives all the confidence to do, all that, to go out and say, this is our track record. It gives all the confidence because MDR then focuses on what matters, the high fidelity alerts. It gives the confidence because it's part of the Xcitium Advanced product, which competes with EDRs, with AVs, with everything. So basically what we're trying to say here as a company is what we have not done right is that we focused 99% on R&D, on creating the perfect endpoint security solution. What we have not done right. Why we didn't do that correctly? Because we didn't invest anything in marketing for some time to communicate it to people. So people now, they're confused or they're not aware of Xcitium. They're not aware of how great the solution is. So we rely on our partners to take the word out and communicate all those things.
And we're here to support you guys. And if you guys remember, when we started, I showed you an article that talked about 42 organizations, 42 out of the biggest 100 organizations in the region were compromised in the last like 6-7 months. Do you think those 42 companies that I showed you, and you can research it from that article, do you think they don't have CrowdStrike? One of them, I know them personally, they spend more than $15 million every year on their security controls and renewals and everything. It's a massive healthcare organization. So do you think they don't have CrowdStrikes and Palo Alto Cortex and, Sentinel-1 and Kaspersky and, Symantec and all that? No, they do have them, and they got to come from. Why? That's why you didn't see any other endpoint protection vendor except Xcitium. None. They publish their statistics. The only one that publishes their own statistics are Xcitium's team and R&D. So
perfect. And so what I want to finish off on that is, in our MDR solution, IR is included. And when I say included, that's sometimes that tricky CrowdStrike. Oh, it's included for $50,000. But for us, it is free, because we see if we fail in doing our job, you should not have to pay us to fix that problem. But luckily, guys, we've never had that scenario. So that's why we offer it for free. And then next, the last one in the full complete packages, which is the Xcitium Complete, is that true MXDR. Every type of DR you could possibly imagine, whatever company is selling, that is all of the fruit and potatoes, I could say. So it's the same as the MDR, but all we're doing now is adding on that cloud and network sensor to ingest all that third-party data information. So that's going to give us full visibility into your network, so that we can truly help you strengthen your security posture and give you that true peace of mind. This solution, guys, is a true set it and forget it. Once it is installed, you don't have to be sweating every day you come into work. It's a true set it and forget it. Gives you that peace of mind where you can maybe have an easier day at work. Any questions on any of the packages?
Yeah. That's an XDR where you use the sensors to collect network traffic and
Yep.
all that. So remember the sensors, guys, from the training, technical training.
Yep. All right. I will continue. So again, I like to just show this slide because I think it shows that true visibility. This is everything that you're getting with our MDR. So again, just be a little repetitive here. Complete invisibility. And actually, I'm going to take one step back. Sometimes when I talk to vendor or talk to customers, they're saying, "Oh, Ryan, I already have an MDR solution, and I'm actually very comparable to yours in pricing." I'm like, okay. And the question you have to ask is, well, what's included, right? They might be using an Arctic Wolf or a Huntress or a Red Canary, and all you're getting from them is the SOC element. They might say, "Oh, I'm only $60 a year." It's like, but you're not getting your AV licenses and your EDR license. You have to buy that separate. So now we're back to that $150, $200 price to do the same job. So that's an important question that we ask. If they're like, "Oh, well, I don't see much of a difference in price. Why would I switch?" Well, for us, you're getting that MDR, SOC 24/7, 365 eyes on glass, plus those EDR licenses, plus those AV licenses, the full unified package. Then you're getting that real-time response, patch management, remote access, all the things. You're getting the right side of the screen is the extra things that we're able to do because we're not focusing on your alerts. So again, the incident response, you have a built-in SIM for the log ingestion. You're getting that Xcitium Cloud Verdict, and all the type of alerts that you would need. And I think the great thing with us is once we have set up our rules of engagement with you, we really we have a flawless cohesiveness partnership. Because once you know once we know what you want from us, we will deliver. And again, here's some of the recognition. Again, we are an up and comer right now, and so we've been given multiple awards. There's more that we've gotten that are not even on this page. We have over 5,000 customers. We currently protect millions of endpoints, and we have 27 patents, almost all of which revolve around that zero dwell containment or auto containment. And then some of the biggest partners out there, we have, UPS, Shell, Jimmy John's, government entities, and obviously great partners like Distilogix out there helping us spread the word of how wonderful our product is. Any more questions on that, guys? And what I would like to do next is train you guys on the simple aspect of how to, when we're having that conversation about Xcitium, to getting them to demonstration, because the power of our product is, again, it's very hard to explain what we do and how we're different. It's just much easier to just show them how it works in the moment. So once we are able to show them, we have about a 90 to 93% demo to POC rate, or to close one business. So all you have to do is get them to the demonstration. And I think sometimes the problem with sales is that we're not the technical guys. So, and people that we're talking to are technical people most of the time. So if we try to have a technical conversation, you're going to lose because they know more than you. So my next thing I'm going to show you is how do we position ourselves to win those conversations and to get them to demo as fast as possible. I need to pull that up next. Mo, can you help me? I sent you another email. To dig around.
Yeah, no problem.
One second, my friends.
Oh, here it is. Oh, no, it's not the one.
Oh, and send it. Open back on the internet. Trying here. Technology is failing us. There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
So,
All right. Good. All right. So, as I was mentioning earlier, sometimes the most important question that our sales guys ask is, who is your vendor, right? And again, I would very much highly advise to navigate away from that, because at the end of the day, again, it does not matter who their vendor is. The main question I would want you to ask is, and you might already know this going into the conversation, is what type of customer are they currently? So are they just an endpoint security? Are they an EDR only? And they're maybe like an SMB using EDR for their insurance and then maybe using like a free version of Microsoft Defender? Or are they that full-fledged NDR consumer as well? So let's start with the most common, which is going to be endpoint security only. This is going to be the most important question that we use in every aspect, which is, Mr. Prospect, I think we both can agree 100% detection does not exist, right? And if you're talking to a technical person, they will say, of course, I agree with you. If they don't, you need to hit them over the head and tell them, what are you doing in this industry, right? But if not, my favorite way of, if they do say no, CrowdStrike told me that it is possible. I have a couple different methods. I have a long drawn out method with Alan Turing, the father of computer science, and his halting problem that he wrote about back in the 1930s. But my new favorite one, which is the hot commodity, is using ChatGPT. Everyone's been using ChatGPT nowadays, right? So go to ChatGPT, type in, does 100% detection exist when it comes to cybersecurity? And it will tell you, no, it does not. And that we focus on multi-layer approaches of security. But at the end of the day, it comes out to saying 100% detection does not exist. So once we get that first agreement of, does 100% detection exist? And they're like, no, it does not. And the next question we need to ask, and it does not matter what vendor they have, is what is your current process for whenever your current vendor fails in detection? Now, from there, you're going to have a long rebuttal of answers. So this is where they might get defensive. And this is where I really have to tell you that you have to tread lightly, as you know, is you can't try to thrash on who their vendor is, because the person you were talking to probably had a very large portion of why that solution is at that current company. So that might be their pride and joy, their baby. So instead, you just have to let them, as I like to say, sometimes fall on their face of realization. So once you ask that question, so what's your current process for when X company fails in detecting? And the most common answers you're going to get are, oh, that's why I have AI and machine learning, Ryan. Of course, it's the most important piece of our security stack. Well, again, this is where you have to inform them here, guys. No matter what they say, whatever layer of security, whatever vendor they're using, it does not matter. Because you know why? Because they're focusing on detection as the first step in protecting you. No matter what they say, there's going to be a detection-based tool. So, oh, Ryan, I have AI and machine learning. Listen, I'm glad you have those. Those are important parts of your security stack. But again, they're looking for known bad indicators, signatures, and algorithms, which are forms of detection. And my favorite one sometimes is, Ryan, that's why I have EDR. Because everyone has EDR now. But my favorite thing is, well, you and I both know the D in EDR stands for detection. It's the same problem. And sometimes the hardest rebuttal, the last rebuttal they'll give you is, well, that's why I have backup. Of course. Well, backup is important, but backup is recovery, not protection. If you're having to use backup, that means damage has already been done. They're already probably requesting a ransom. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. If you have recovery, that's great, but they've already stolen all that information. It's a good way to get you back up and running, but it disrupts your day-to-day business, and it's not truly protecting you. And again, it is important, but it's not protection, that is recovery. So again, Mr. Prospect, what are you going to do when your current vendor fails in detection? And their answer eventually is going to be, I guess I don't have one. Or in America, my favorite one is, oh, I pray to God that it doesn't happen to me, or I don't have anything. They don't ever want to say that, but it's the truth, right? Well, what if I told you that here at Xcitium, we have a way to protect you when the detection fails? And it's my nice little key phrase of, we have that detectionless protection, right? We thrive on the unknowns. I've had so many people I've talked to, they're like, let me throw my malware or ransomware at it. Go ahead. I have a guy in South Africa that he has a YouTube channel. He throws terabytes of malware at every vendor in the space, and he reps us because we're the only one that truly protects you from all unknowns and knowns, and can give you that true peace of mind. So next, is there any questions there? And again, I know we're all virtual here, so I'm just hoping someone ask a question in the chat box. As Orestes' famous words are, if you don't remember anything from this, the main two questions you need to ask is, does 100% detection exist? No. So what's your current vendor's process for when they fail to detect? Okay. And then you just let them talk. And then whatever they say, you say, detection, 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 same problem. Oh, recovery. That's recovery, not protection. And then it's the kind of, I don't like to say it too often because it's that true gotcha moment, but that's where we transition in. Would you like to see how? And here, as sales guys, sometimes you shoot yourself in the foot because now you've gotten them to agree, you got them exactly where you wanted. But now, sometimes sales guys like to keep talking. Stop, just stop talking. Once you get them to that aha moment, show them the demo, schedule the demo. And then they will truly be wowed. And the demo will do the selling for you, okay? So now next, this is probably the most uncommon, but it's still important to have because we like to cover all of our bases here at Xcitium. So say we do have that true SMB customer, right? They're using that free version of Defender, and all they have is some EDR, right? They're using a CrowdStrike EDR as well. The main question I like to ask, and especially in the SMB space, in the mid-market, is they have one guy monitoring, 50 to 500 endpoints by themselves. And the question that you can ask that person is, Mr. Prospect, it takes a lot of time to triage all the alerts that your EDR generates, doesn't it? And you're going to get two common answers. Obviously, the first one is going to be, yes, it takes forever. I don't have enough hours in the day. I don't have the manpower. I don't have the staff to manage all those EDR alerts. Well, would you like to save some time, money, and resources? Well, of course. For less than what you can almost currently pay for an EDR license, your AV license, I can get you full MDR with better cybersecurity posture. It's the next level of saving time, money, and resources. Interested in seeing how? Again, it's not a very common scenario, but it's still important to have your arsenal ready to go. Now, that other answer is my favorite one. No, it takes no time to go through all those EDR alerts, Ryan. It only takes me 5 minutes a day. That's when I start chuckling and I'm like, well, Mr. Prospect, it sounds like you don't have your EDR configured correctly because EDR is noisy by nature. So I'm honestly even more scared for you now that you've told me that you're not getting any alerts because EDR is literally invented for alerts. It's the storytelling of what's going on in your endpoints. If you're not getting any alerts, it means you're not configured correctly. But at the end of the day, why would you even want to waste time and money on it, doing it yourself? Just let us do it for you. Would you like to see how we do that? So on and so forth. And this right here is what I skipped earlier in that in our packages. I skipped the Xcitium guided. Sometimes partners, they already have a dedicated SOC team or incident response team, so they don't want to offload, that's part of their money-making business, right? So what we can do is we use that Xcitium guided. So you're getting that MDR level protection, but we're not being the MDR, the SOC for you. But what our SOC team will do for you is we'll parachute down those high fidelity alerts for you, cutting out the need to have to sift through that 97% of false positive, and we'll just throw you the 3%, make your job much easier, okay? Now my absolute favorites, which I've kind of already alluded to earlier, is MDR customers. This is the easiest question you can ask. Oh, you're an MDR customer, that's great to hear. But let me ask you one question. Does your MDR provider make money if you're breached? And then you just sit there and calculating, they're sitting there just thinking, of course not, Ryan. That doesn't even make any sense. I'm like, I agree with you. It does not make sense. But the cold hard fact is every NDR vendor out there makes money when they fail in doing their job. And that's a true light bulb aha moment. And I think that really opens up the conversation. Here at Xcitium, we will never make money if we fail in doing our job and protecting them. But at the end of the day, I can tell you right now by our track record, for the last 3 years, we've had 0 breaches on millions of endpoints and thousands of customers.
What Ryan is referring to when most of MDR providers, they will make you money for a certain number of IOPS, incident responses. But if they fail in protecting you, they will say we'll give you 5 incident responses for free or like engagements, but more than that you have to pay. So they're making money from their failure. They make you pay for their failure, which doesn't happen here.
I like to say it's like you go out to buy some bodyguard service, and your bodyguard tells you, that's why I'm not going to charge you a crazy amount of money, because this means you charge a crazy amount of money. But by the way, could you also buy your hospitalization expenses from me, or your funeral expenses from me? But you're supposed to protect me. Why are you selling me my hospital expenses? So this is the same thing. It's the same thing, but it is the only model that it makes it.
Yes, it's like they make you pay for your coffin, huh?
Exactly.
We're trying to connect again to the screen, guys. Just give us a second. Yeah, let's find it. Let's display to the scene. Let's display. Outlines. What is the outline? Yes. Display. Connect in a minute. It's okay. It's okay. Let's continue. I don't want to start it.
Okay. No worries.
Go ahead.
So that is going to be, again, that's going to be the most powerful question that you can ask. So let me just recap here, because I will get into, I don't know if any of you guys sell to other MSPs or MSSPs. We have tactics there as well. But again, let's recap on the questions you're going to ask. So if we're on a typical endpoint protection, your traditional customer that you talk to most of the time, the 2 questions you will ask are, does 100% detection exist? No. What's your current vendor doing when they fail in protecting you? What's their process? And just know whatever they say, it's detection. If they say backup, that's recovery, not protection. Would you like to see how we can? EDR, you hit the pain point. EDR causes a lot of alerts. Hey, does it take a lot of time to triage all those EDR alerts? Obviously, the answer is yes. If they say no, you need to smack them on the head, telling them your EDR is not configured correctly. And then the best, most powerful is, does your MDR provider make money if you are breached? And the answer is yes, they do. Sounds backwards, right? Well, here at Xcitium, we would never charge you if we fail in doing our job and protecting you. Do you know if do any of the partners, they sell to MSPs or MSSPs?
They do, yes. Let's see if there's any questions.
They like Valentine a lot more with the question.
Yeah, because those technical and
Lots of
details.
That's good. For them, we're digesting the message. But this is very interesting approach, Ryan. Honestly, I love it. It was always a challenge how to introduce Xcitium to customers, because we have 1 million endpoint protection tools and products.
And when you come to someone that, worships CrowdStrike or Kaspersky or others, it's so hard to convince them. Say, I'm okay, I'm doing well. And okay, I had a breach last year, but it wasn't bad.
Yeah. It wasn't bad.
Wasn't that
What? Keeps me busy at work.
And managing, yes, and managing the whole EMEA in so many countries. I hear different stories from Europe, Africa, and Middle East. So the way that some of my partners introduce Xcitium, first of all, they need to make clear in their minds of the prospect that this is not a startup. Brian started by saying we have a long legacy, 20 years and more into cybersecurity. We have proved that ourselves. We have hundreds of thousands of endpoints. We have a track record. Now we decided to rebrand ourselves. So that's one. Two, we have a completely different approach, because what I hear my partners say and how an educated end user in a different market would respond to what is Xcitium exactly. Some people they say is detection-less cybersecurity. As Brian has been repeating many times, and he has warned about this, cybersecurity today is based on detection. No detection, no protection.
Section of behavior, indicators of compromise,
Exactly.
signatures, you name it.
Exactly.
Yes.
And Xcitium has flipped the coin on that. It is exactly the same thing like medicine. Can we stop all viruses from entering our body? No. And we used to try and do that, but it didn't work very well, right? You can put a mask on, it will stop some of those. This is detection-based cybersecurity. What we do is we welcome the virus because we have a way to not damage our body. And this is what Xcitium does.
It's the only vendor that welcomes the malware.
Yes.
It is.
It welcomes the malware to execute, because the moment it executes, it gets wiped out. That's what zero dwell means.
I had a partner who said, guys, what I like about you is that you're so advanced in terms of the thinking that you have done, that every basic principle that creates an issue in cyber domain, in cyber world, you have resolved it. And I said, what do you mean? Number one, you stop competing in who has the best library of events. Because everybody else investing in marketing just to prove that their detection is better than the others. Why? There's a secret there. Nobody can prove that their library is better than the others. Nobody can prove that they do better detection. So it's all about marketing. It's Coca-Cola or Pepsi. Well, if you put it in a cup without the brand, you won't know most of the times what you're drinking. We don't want to play that game. We want to compete on fair terms. Evaluate us, compare us to other solutions. This is what we're trying to do, and it's a very big thing that we're trying to change here. We understand the challenge, but on the other hand, we also understand that a lot of people, they get confused with EDR, MDR, XDR, NDR. They don't really know what they want to buy because nobody explains to them what exactly is the process. How much time do they need to spend if they buy EDR? We came out and we said EDR is included in the advanced solution. We did that because we wanted people to understand that EDR does not protect you.
It's not protect you, yes.
It's a great way to tell the story, but not to protect yourself. Do not rely on EDR to protect yourself.
Yes.
So
yes,
I'm going to stop speaking now.
And I'll have to keep repeating, guys. Xcitium Zero Threat is a patent technology that no one else has. That's one. Second, Xcitium technology, which is the zero threat, is not antivirus, is not next generation antivirus, is not EDR. It's something that's absolutely different, which is we have the terminology now thanks to Xcitium. It's called zero dwell containment. It is called kernel level API virtualization and isolation. It operates exactly at T equals 0, which is when the malware hits, not pre to execution of malware such as antivirus and next generation antivirus and others, not post execution such as EDR after your compromiser starts looking for indicators of compromise to respond to them. So none of that. It's absolutely different, guys. That's the biggest thing. We need to focus on the message because it's not understood. We've been doing lots of like workshops last year, but still the message is not there, guys. We need to work on making sure that everyone understands it's a different technology. It is disruptive. It is changing the industry. In few years, everyone will try to catch up. So you might find Checkpoint or I don't know, CrowdStrike saying, okay, guys, now we have zero trust. They might come up with something different other than kernel level API integration and virtualization. They might come with something different, but today the only one that has a functioning, proven, bulletproof solution for zero trust on endpoints is only and only Xcitium. Every other layer of security that's given by Xcitium is an added value. So antivirus is just an added value. RMM is an added value. Remote management and MDM, patch management is an added value. Vulnerability assessment is an added value. These all come with Xcitium Advanced as an added value. If you want to buy only Xcitium Essential, the zero threat, put it on top of CrowdStrike, on top of the Kaspersky antivirus, then that's perfectly fine. Yeah.
So I'm going to take Mode with me on my next couple trips. Be my wingman here. So the last two here, and this is more special cases. You're a partner calling an MSP. So why do MSPs not convert to MSSPs, right? So they're a managed service provider. They're helping small, medium companies just manage their IT. They've always wanted to add security, but the main problem is it costs a lot of money and a lot of resources. So there's a huge upfront cost. So what if we could give them a solution that is, we just sell them MDR, they white label our product, and they don't have to, they can do it in 20 minutes. They can onboard a customer as soon as the next day. We will do all of there's no upfront cost because we have all the expertise. We have the SOC team. We have the technology in one platform. And it's as simple as deployment. And now you're an MSSP and you can charge insane amount of money for MDR like everybody else.
In 20 minutes, you get processes, you get expertise, and you get the technology, all the elements of what a SOC operation is. That's like SOC as a platform. It's a major transformation in one day, and they can provide much higher level of service and technology to their customers, protection to their customers. So even for if you are like engaged with an MSSP or MSP and they want to upgrade, they want to become a true MSSP like managed security services provider, and they want to do detection, they want to do reporting, they want to do protection, they want to do all of that, then it's a 20-minute upgrade and that's it.
Yep. And just from my perspective, again, as a person in sales, what I see in Europe that is a little bit more advanced when it comes to MSPs is that we have hundreds of partners that we onboarded the past months, and we converted them to MSSPs. Mm-hmm. Everybody wants access to that lucrative business. Adding another extra, it's a lot of money, but that costs you a lot. You cannot have all the different technologies working together. That's a Frankenstein solution. You cannot hire the people, you cannot retain the people.
Yes.
And then you have Xcitium coming to you, telling you, are you an MSP? Great, we're going to do everything for you. We're going to convert you into an MSSP within 20 minutes.
So you add the security layer in 20 minutes. It's a SOC as a platform ready with everything, processes, people, and technology. Guys, I see hands like raised. I think these are from the technical session, but like Shabir, if you still have more questions, or Nadish, you can unmute yourself and join us.
But if not, it's okay. I got one more trick up my sleeve.
Okay, let's see the last.
So the last one is you call a guy and he's already an MSSP. He's already got the people. He's already got the technology. Why would he need us? Well, Orestes already hinted at it. It's my favorite verbiage that our founder has, he needs the trademark is every MSSP has a Frankenstein of a solution. They have a manage engine, team viewer. They have Kaspersky for this. They're using Arctic Wolf for MDR. They're using CrowdStrike EDR. And now, not only do you have the problem of all the different costs of having all those vendors and trying to make a nice margin on top of it, now they're even having to charge more to their customers, so it's not as affordable, so that they can hit their profit margin. They now have to hope and pray all of those tools work together. So for us, don't worry about having a Frankenstein of solution. We give you everything that you need, because every MSP and MSSP needs an RMM tool. They need patch management. They need a ticketing system. And they obviously need all the layers of security and the option for MDR. We are all of those. And guess what? Since you were able to consolidate that into one unified platform, more margin for you. Yes, because
white labeled.
And it's white labeled, yeah, exactly. So you can slap your logo on there and take all the credit, right? But the crazy part is, guys, is I don't know, I know I alluded to some MDR prices earlier, but MSSPs in America are selling MDR all day, every day for $30 to $40 an endpoint per month. Per month. You want to be a part of that lucrative business. But you want to be a part of that business and make lots of money. We want you to make lots of money. We make lots of money when you make lots of money. So let's do it together. So whenever you're talking to an MSSP, you just have to call out their Frankenstein of solution, because you know what? They have to have it. That's the only way it works nowadays. Well, for us, again, we already have the expertise. We have the technology. We have everything that they would need. Let's do it and make money together.